This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Miller's Tale. The Prologue. When that the knight had thus his tale told, in all the rout was neither young nor old that he not said it was a noble story, and worthy to be drawn to memory, and namely the gentles every one. Our host then laughed and swore, "So may I gon. This goes aright. Unbuckled is the mail. Let's see now who shall tell another tale. For truly this game is well begun. Now telleth ye, Sir Monk, if that ye can, somewhat to quitten with the knight's tale." The miller, that fordrunken, was all pale, so that unnethes upon his horse he sat, he would availen neither hood nor hat, nor abide no man for his courtesy, but in Pilate's voice he gan to cry, and swore by arms and by blood and bones, "I can a noble tale for the nonnes, with which I will now quite the knight's tale." Our host saw well how drunk he was of ale, and said, "Robin, abide my leave, brother. Some better man shall tell us first another. Abide, and let us work thriftily." "By God's soul," quoth he, "that will not I, for I will speak, or else go my way." Our host answered, "Tell on a devil way. Thou art a fool. Thy wit is overcome." "Now hearken," quoth the miller, "all and some. For first I make a protestation, that I am drunk, I know it by my sound. And therefore if that I misspeak, or say, wite it the ale of Southwark, I you pray. For I will tell a legend and a life, both of a carpenter and of his wife, how that a clerk hath set the wright's cap." The reeve answered and said, "Stint thy clap. Let be thy lewed drunken harlotry. It is a sin, and eke a great folly, to appear in any man, or him defame, and eke to bring wives in evil name. Thou mayest enough of other things sayn." This drunken miller spake full swoon again, and said, "Leave brother Oswald, who hath no wife, he is no cuckold. But I say not therefore that thou art one. There be full good wives, many one. Why art thou angry with my tale now? I have a wife, pardie, as well as thou, yet n'old I, for the oxen in my plough, taken upon me more than enough to deemen of myself that I am one. I will believe well that I am none. An husband should not be inquisitive of God's privity, nor of his wife, so he may find God's foison there. Of the remnant needeth not to enquire." What should I more say, but that this miller, he would his words for no man forbear, but told his churlish tale in his manner. Me thinketh that I shall rehearse it here. And therefore every gentle wight I pray, for God's love, to deem not that I say of evil intent, but that I must rehearse their tales all, be they better or worse, or else falsen some of my mateer, and therefore whoso listed not to hear, turn o'er the leaf, and choose another tale, for he shall find enough, both great and smale, of storiol thing that toucheth gentleness, and eke morality and holiness. Blame not me if that ye choose amiss. The miller is a churl, ye know well this. So was the reeve, with many other mo', and harlotry they told both too. Avise you now, and put me out of blame, and eke men should not make earnest of game. The Tale. Whilom there was dwelling in Oxenford a rich knoff, that guests held to board, and of his craft he was a carpenter. With him there was dwelling a poor scholar, had learned art, but all his fantasy was turned to learn astrology. He could a certain of conclusions to deem by interrogations, if that men asked him in certain hours, when that men should have drought or else showers, or if men asked him what should fall. Of everything I may not reckon all. This clerk was called Hendy Nichols. Of dern love he knew, and of solace, and therewith he was sly and full privy, and like a maiden meek for to see. A chamber had he in that hostelry, alone withouten any company. Full fetisly I dight with herbs swoot, and he himself was sweet as is the root of licorice or any setewall. His almagest and books great and small, his astrolabe belonging to his art, his ogrim stones laid fair apart, on shelves couched at his bed's head, his pressy covered with a falding red. And all above there lay a gay psaltery, on which he made at nights melody, so sweetly the chamber rang. And Angelus ad Virginem he sang. And after that he sung the king's note, full often blessed was his merry throat. And thus this sweet clerk his time spent, after his friends finding, and his rent. This carpenter had wedded new a wife, which that he loved more than his life. Of 18 year, I guess, she was of age. Jealous he was, and held her narrow in cage, for she was wild and young, and he was old, and deemed himself belike a cuckold. He knew not Cato, for his wit was rude, that bade a man wed his similitude. Men should wedden after their estate, for youth and eld are often at debate. But since that he was fallen in the snare, he must endure, as other folk, his care. Fair was this young wife, and therewithal as any weasel her body gent and small. A saint she weared, barred all of silk, a barm cloth eke as white as morning milk. Upon her lens, full of many a gore, white was her smock, and broidered all before, and eke behind on her collar about, of coal-black silk, within and eke without. The tapes of her white volupere were of the same suit of her colour. Her fillet broad of silk, and set full high, and sickerly she had a likerous eye. Full small it pulled were her brows too, and they were bent and black as any sloe. She was well more blissful on to see than is the new pergenet tree, and softer than the wool is of a wether, and by her girdle hung a purse of leather tasselled with silk and pearled with laton. In all this world, to seeken up and down, there is no man so wise that could thench so gay a populot, or such a wench. Full brighter was the shining of her hue than in the tower the noble forged knew. But of her song, it was as loud and yearn as any swallow chittering on a burn. Thereto she could skip and make a game, as any kid or calf following his dame. Her mouth was sweet as bracket, or as meath, or hoard of apples laid in hay or heath. Wincing she was as is a jolly colt, long as a mast, and upright as a bolt. A brooch she bare upon her low collar, as broad as is the boss of a buckler. Her shoon were laced on her legs high. She was a primerole, a pigisnay, for any lord to have ligging in his bed, or yet for any good yeoman to wed. Now, sir, and eft, sir, so befell the case, that on a day this hendy Nicholas fell with this young wife to rage and play, while that her husband was at Usenay. As clerks be full subtle and full quaint, and privily he caught her by the quaint, and said, "I wis but if I have my will, for dern love of thee, leman I spill," and held her fast by the haunch bones, and said, "Leman, love me well at once, or I will die and all, so God me save." And she sprang as a colt doth in the trave, and with her head she writhed fast away, and said, "I will not kiss thee, by my fay." "Why, let be," quoth she, "let be, Nicholas, or I will cry out hero and alas." "Do away your hands for your courtesy." This Nicholas gan mercy for to cry, and spake so fair, and proffered him so fast, that she her love him granted at the last, and swore her oath by Saint Thomas of Kent, that she would be at his commandment, when that she may her leisure well espy. My husband is so full of jealousy, that but ye wait well, and be privy, I wot right well I am but dead," quoth she. "Ye must be full dern as in this case." "Nay, thereof care thee nought," quoth Nicholas. A clerk had litherly beset his wile, but if he could a carpenter beguile. And thus they were accorded and y-sworn to wait a time, as I have said beforn. When Nicholas had done thus every deal, and thwacked her about the lens well, He kissed her sweet, and taketh his psaltery, and playeth fast, and maketh melody. Then fell it thus, that to the parish church Of Christe's owen workes for to wirch, This good wife went upon a holy day. Her forehead shone as bright as any day, So was it washen when she left her work. Now was there of that church a parish clerk, The which that was yclept Absolon. Curled was his hair, and as the gold it shone, And strutted as a fan, large and broad, Full straight and even lay his jolly shod. His road was red, his eyen grey as goose, With Paul's windows carven on his shoes. In hosen red he went full fetisly, Y-clad he was full small and properly, All in a kirtle of light waget, And thereupon he had a gay surplice, As white as is the blossom on the rise. A merry child he was, so God me save. Well could he letten blood, and clip, and shave, And make a charter of land and a quittance. In 20 manners could he trip and dance, After the school of Oxenford though, And with his legs cast to and fro, And playen songs on a small rebible. Thereto he sung sometimes a loud quinibble. And as well could he play on a gittern. In all the town was brewhouse nor tavern That he not visited with his solas. There as that any Garnard tapster was. But sooth to say, he was some deal squamous, Of farting and of speech dangerous. This Absolon, that jolly was and gay, Went with a censer on the holy day, Censing the wives of the parish fast, And many a lovely look he on them cast, And namely on this carpenter's wife. To look on her him thought a merry life. She was so proper and sweet and likerous, I dare well say, if she had been a mouse, And he a cat, he would her hent anon. This parish clerk, this jolly Absolon, Hath in his heart such a love longing, That of no wife took he none offering. For courtesy he said he would none. The moon at night full clear and bright shone, And Absolon his gittarn hath he taken, For paramours he thought for to waken, And forth he went, jolliffe and amorous, Till he came to the carpenter's house, A little after the cock had y crow, And dressed him under a shot window, That was upon the carpenter's wall. He singeth in his voice gentle and small. Now, dear lady, if thy will be, I pray that ye will rue on me. Full well accordant to his gitterning, This carpenter awoke and heard him sing, And spake unto his wife, and said anon, "What, Alison, hearest thou not Absolon, That chanteth thus under our bower wall?" And she answered her husband therewithal, "Yes, God wot, John, I hear him every deal." This passeth forth, what will ye bet than well? For day to day this jolly Absolon So wooeth her, that him is woe begone. He waketh all the night and all the dale, To comb his locks broad and make him gay. He wooeth her by means and by brocage, And swore he would be her own page. He singeth brocking as a nightingale. He sent her piment, mead, and spiced ale, And wafers piping hot out of the glede. And for she was of town, he proffered mead. For some folk will be wonnen for richness, And some for strokes, and some with gentleness. Sometimes to show his lightness and mastery, He playeth Herod on a scaffold high. But what availeth him as in this case? So loveth she the hendy Nicholas, That Absalon may blow the buck's horn. He had for all his labour but a scorn, And thus she maketh Absalon her ape, And all his earnest turneth to a jape. Forsooth is this proverb, it is no lie. Men say right thus alway. The nigh sly maketh oft time the far lief to be loth. For though that Absalon be wood or wroth, Because that he far was from her sight, This nigh Nicholas stood still in his light. Now bear thee well, thou hendy Nicholas, For Absalon may wail and sing alas. And so befell, that on a Saturday This carpenter had gone to Ozenay, And hendy Nicholas and Alison Accorded were to this conclusion, That Nicholas shall shape him a while, The silly jealous husband to beguile, And if so were the game went aright, She should sleepen in his arms all night. For this was her desire, and his also. And right anon, without wordes mo', This Nicholas no longer would he tarry, But doth full soft unto his chamber carry Both meat and drink for a day or tway, And to her husband bade her for to say, If that he asked after Nicholas, she should say She wist not where he was. Of all the day she saw him not with eye. She trowed he was in some malady. For no cry that her maiden could him call He would answer, for nought that might befall. Thus passed forth all thilke Saturday, That Nicholas still in his chamber lay, And ate and slept, and did what him list, Till Sunday, that the sun went to rest. This silly carpenter had great marvail Of Nicholas, or what thing might him ail, And said, "I am adrad, by Saint Thomas, It standeth not aright with Nicholas. God shield that he died suddenly. This world is now full fickle sickerly. I saw today a corpse y borne to church, That now on Monday last I saw him wirch." "Go up," quod he unto his knave, "Anon clepe at his door, or knock with a stone. Look how it is, and tell me boldly." This knave went him up full sturdily, And at the chamber door, while that he stood, He cried and knocked, as that he were wood. "What how? What do ye, Master Nicolai? How may ye sleepen all the long day?" But all for naught, he heard not a word. An hole he found full low upon the board, Whereas the cat was wont in for to creep, And at that hole he looked in full deep, And at the last he had of him a sight. This Nicholas sat ever gaping upright, For he had kyked on the new moon. Adown he went, and told his master soon In what array he saw this ilke man. This carpenter to blisten him began, And said, "Now help us, Saint Friedeswide. A man wot little what shall him betide. This man is fallen with his astronomy into some woodness or some agony. I thought I well how that it should be. Men should know naught of God's privity. Yea, blessed be alway a lewed man, that not but only his believe can. So far'd another clerk with astronomy. He walked in the fields for to pry upon the stars what there should befall, till he was in a moral pity fall. He saw not that, but yet, by Saint Thomas, me rueth sore of Hendy Nicholas. He shall be rated of his studying, if that I may, by Jesus heaven's king, get me a staff that I may underspore, while that thou, Robin, heavest off the door. He shall out of his studying, as I guess. And to the chamber door he gan him dress. His knave was a strong carle for the nonce, and by the hasp he heaved it off at once. Into the floor the door fell down anon. This Nicholas sat aye as still as stone, and ever he gaped upward into the air. The carpenter weened he were in despair, and hent him by the shoulders mightily, and shook him hard, and cried spitously, "What, Nicholas? What how, man? Look adown. Awake, and think on Christ's passion. I crouch thee from elves and from wights." Therewith the night's spell he said he anon writes, and the four halves of the house about, and on the threshold of the door without, "Lord Jesus Christ and Saint Benedight, bless this house from every wicked wight, from the nightmare, the white pater noster. Where wonnest thou now, Saint Peter's sister?" And at the last this Hendy Nicholas gan for to sigh full sore, and said, "Alas, shall all time world be lost eftsoons now?" This carpenter answered, "What sayest thou? What? Think on God, as we do, men that swink." This Nicholas answered, "Fetch me a drink, and after will I speak in privity of certain thing that toucheth thee and me. I will tell it to no other man certain." This carpenter went down and came again, and brought of mighty ale a large quart. And when that each of them had drunk his part, this Nicholas his chamber door fast shet, and down the carpenter by him he set, and said, "John, mine host full lief and dear, thou shalt upon thy truth swear me here, that to no wight thou shalt my counsel ray. For it is Christ's counsel that I say, and if thou tell it man, thou art forlorn. For this vengeance thou shalt have therefore, that if thou ray me, thou shalt be wood." "Nay, Christ forbid it for his holy blood," quoth then this silly man. "I am no blab, nor though I say it am I lief to gab. Say what thou wilt, I shall it never tell to child or wife by him that harried hell." "Now, John," quoth Nicholas, "I will not lie. I have y-found in my astrology, as I have looked in the moon bright, that now on Monday next at quarter night shall fall a rain, and that so wild and wood, that never half so great as Noah's flood. This world, he said, in less than half an hour shall all be draint, so hideous is the shower. Thus shall mankind drench and lose their life. This carpenter answered, Alas, my wife, and shall she drench? Alas, my Alison. For sorrow of this he fell almost adown, and said, Is there no remedy in this case? Why, yes, for God, quoth Hendy Nicholas. If thou wilt worken after lore and rede, thou mayest not worken after thine own head. For thus saith Solomon, that was full true, Work all by counsel, and thou shalt not rue. And if thou work wilt by good counsel, I undertake, without mast or sail, yet shall I save her, and thee and me. Hast thou not heard how saved was Noah, when that our Lord had warned him beforn, that all the world with water should be lorn? Yes, quoth this carpenter, full yore ago. Hast thou not heard, quoth Nicholas, also the sorrow of Noe, that his fellowship that he had ere he got his wife to ship? Him had been lever, I dare well undertake, at thilke time than all his weathers black, that she had had a ship herself alone. And therefore knowest thou what is best to be done. This asketh haste, and of an hasty thing men may not preach or make tarrying. Anon go get us fast into this inn, a kneading trough, or else a kemelin, for each of us. But look that they be large, in which we shall swim as in a barge, and have therein vitile sufficient but for one day. Fie on the remnant, the water shall aslake and go away, about prime upon the next day. But Robin may not know of this, thy knave, nor eke thy maiden Gill I may not save. Ask me not why, for though thou ask me, I will not tell God's privity. Sufficeth thee, but if thy wit be mad, to have as great a grace as Noah had, thy wife shall I well saven out of doubt. Go now thy way, and speed thee hereabout. But when thou hast for her and thee and me y-gotten us these kneading tubs 3, then shalt thou hang them in the roof full high, so that no man our purveyance espy. And when thou hast done thus as I have said, and hast our vitile fair in them laid, and eke an axe to smite the cord in two, when that the water comes, that we may go and break an hole on high upon the gable, into the garden ward, over the stable, that we may freely pass forth our way, when that great shower is gone away. Then shalt thou swim as merry, I undertake, as doth the white duck after her drake. Then will I clepe how Alison, how John. Be merry, for the flood will pass anon, and thou wilt say, Hail, Master Nicholay, good morrow, I see thee well, for it is day. And then shall we be lords all our life of all the world as Noah and his wife. But of one thing I warn thee full right, be well advised on that ilke night, when we be entered into ship's board, that none of us not speak a single word, nor cleep nor cry, but be in his prayer, for that is God's own hest dear. Thy wife and thou must hangen far atween, for that betwixt you shall be no sin, no more in looking than there shall in deed. This ordinance is said. Go, God thee speed. To-morrow night, when men be all asleep in our kneading tubs, we will creep and sit there, abiding God's grace. Go now thy way. I have no longer space to make of this no longer sermoning. Men say thus, send the wise, and say nothing. Thou art so wise, it needeth thee not teach. Go, save our lives, and that I thee beseech. This silly carpenter went forth his way. Full oft he said, Alas, and well a day. And to his wife he told his privity, and she was ware and better knew than he what all this quaint cast was for to say. But natheless she feared as she would dey, and said, Alas, go forth thy way anon, help us to scape, or we be dead each one. I am thy true and very wedded wife. Go, dear spouse, and help to save our life. Lo, what a great thing is affection! Men may die of imagination, so deeply may impression be take. This silly carpenter begins to quake. He thinketh verily that he may see this new flood come weltering as the sea, to drenchen Alison, his honey dear. He weepeth, waileth, maketh sorry cheer. He sigheth with full many a sorry sow. He goeth and getteth him a kneading trough, and after that a tub and a kemelin, and privily he sent them to his inn, and hung them in the roof full privily with his own hand. Then made he ladders 3 to climb by the ranges and the stocks, upon the tubs hanging in the bulks, and victualled them, kemelin, trough, and tub, with bread and cheese and good ale in a jub, sufficing right enough as for a day. But ere that he had made all this array, he sent his knave, and eke his wench also, upon his need to London for to go. And on the Monday, when it drew to night, he shut his door without candlelight, and dressed everything as it should be. And shortly up they climbed, all the 3. They sat still well a furlong way. Now, Paternoster clum, said Nicolay. And clum, quoth John, and clum, said Alison. This carpenter said his devotion, and still he sat and bided his prayer, awaking on the rain, if he it hear. The dead sleep, for weary business, fell on this carpenter right as I guess, about the curfew time, or little more. For travail of his ghost he groaned sore, and eft he routed, for his head mislay. Adown the latter stalked Nicolay, and Alison full soft adown she sped. Without wordes more they went to bed. There, as the carpenter was wont to lie, there was the revel and the melody. And thus lay Alison and Nicholas in business of mirth and in solace, until the bell of laudes gan to ring, and friars in the chancel went to sing. This parish clerk, this amorous Absolon, that is for love alway so woe begone, upon the Monday was at Osenay, with company him to disport and play, and asked upon a cas a cloisterer full privily after John the carpenter. And he drew him apart out of the church, and said, I saw him not here work since Saturday. I trow that he be went for timber, where our abbot hath him sent, and dwellen at the grange a day or two, for he is wont for timber for to go, or else he is at his own house certain. Where that he be, I cannot soothly sayn. This Absolon full jolly was and light, and thought, now is the time to wake all night, for sickerly I saw him not stirring about his door since day began to spring. So may I thrive, but I shall at cock crow full privily go knock at his window, that stands full low upon his bower wall. To Alison then will I tellen all my love longing, for I shall not miss that at the least way I shall her kiss. Some manner comfort shall I have parfait. My mouth hath itched all this livelong day, that is a sign of kissing at the least. All night I met, eke I was at a feast. Therefore I will go sleep an hour or tway, and all the night then will I wake and play. When that the first cock crowed had, anon up rose this jolly lover Absolon, and he arrayed gay, at point devise. But first he chewed grains and liquorize, to smell sweet, ere he had combed his hair. Under his tongue a true love he bare, for thereby thought he to be gracious. Then came he to the carpenter's house, and still he stood under the shot window. Unto his breast it wrought, it was so low, and soft he coughed with a semison. What do ye, honeycomb, sweet Alison, my fair bird, my sweet cinnamon? Awaken, lemon mine, and speak to me. Full little think ye upon my woe, that for your love I sweat thereas I go. No wonder is that I do swelt and sweat. I mourn as doth a lamb after the teat. I wis,le man, I have such love longing, that like a turtle true is my mourning. I may not eat no more than a maid. Go from the window, thou jack fool, she said. As helpe me God, it will not be. Come, ba me. I love another, else I were to blame. Well, better than thee, by Jesus, Absolon. Go forth thy way, or I will cast a stone, and let me sleep a 20 devil way. Alas, quoth Absolon, and well away, that true love ever was so ill beset. Then kiss me, since it may be no bet, for Jesus' love, and for the love of me. Wilt thou then go thy way therewith? Quoth she. "Yea, certes, leman," quoth this Absolon. "Then make thee ready," quoth she, "I come anon." And unto Nicholas she said full still, "Now peace, and thou shalt laugh anon thy fill." This Absolon down set him on his knees, and said, "I am a lord at all degrees, For after this I hope there cometh more. Leman, thy grace, and sweet bird, thine oar." The window she undid, and that in haste. "Have done," quoth she, "come off and speed thee fast, Lest that our neighbours should thee espy." Then Absolon gan wipe his mouth full dry. Dark was the night, as pitch or as the coal, And at the window she put out her hole. And Absolon him fell ne bet ne worse, But with his mouth he kissed her naked erse Full savourly. When he was ware of this, aback he start, And thought it was amiss. For well he wist a woman hath no beard. He felt a thing all rough and long y-haired, And said, "Fie, alas, what have I do?" "Tee hee," quoth she, and clapped the window to, And Absolon went forth at sorry pace. A beard," said handy Nicholas. "By God's corpus, this game went fair and well." This silly Absolon heard every deal, And on his lip he gan for anger bite, And to himself he said, "I shall thee quite." He rubbeth now, who frotteth now his lips, With dust, with sand, with straw, with cloth, with chips. But Absolon, that saith full oft, "Alas, my soul betake I unto Satanas, But me were liever than all this town," quoth he, "I this despite a rocken* for to be. *wretched Alas, alas, that I have been aye blent!" His hote love is cold, and all y-quent. For from that time that he had kissed her erse, Of paramours he set not a curse. For he was healed of his malady. Full often paramours he gan defy, And weep as doth a child that hath been beat. A soft pace he went over the street, Unto a smith, men callen Dan Garvis, That in his forge smithed plough harness. He sharped share and coulter busily. This Absolon knocked all easily, And said, "Undo, Garvis, and that anon." "What? Who art thou?" "It is I, Absolon." "What? Absolon, what? Christ's sweet tree, why rise so wrath? Hey, benedicite, what aileth you? Some gay girl, God it wot, Hath brought you thus upon the viretote." "By Saint Neot, ye wot well what I mean." This Absolon he wrought not a bean. Of all his play no word again he gaff, For he had more tow on his distaff. Then Garvice knew, and said, "Friend so dear, That hot coulter in the chimney here, Lend it to me, I have therewith to don. I will it bring again to thee full soon." Garvice answer'd, "Certes, were it gold, Or in a poke, nobles all untold, Thou shouldst it have, as I am a true smith." "Nay, Christe's foot, what will ye do therewith?" "Thereof," quoth Absolon, "be as be may, I shall well tell it thee another day." and caught the coulter by the cold steel. Full soft out at the door he gan to steal, and went unto the carpenter's wall. He coughed first, and knocked therewithal upon the window, light as he did air. This Alison answered, "Who is there that knocketh so? I warrant him a thief." "Nay, nay," quoth he, "God wot, my sweet lefe, I am thine Absalon, my own darling of gold," quoth he. "I have thee brought a ring, my mother gave it me, so God me save. Full fine it is, and thereto may y grave. This will I give to thee, if thou me kiss." Now Nicholas was risen up to piss, and thought he would amenden all the jape. He should kiss his arse ere that he scape. And up the window did he hastily, and out his arse he put full privily over the buttock to the haunch bone, and therewith spake this clerk, this Absolon. "Speak, sweet bird, I know not where thou art." This Nicholas anon let fly a fart, as great as it had been a thunder dent, that with the stroke he was well nigh y blent. But he was ready with his iron hot, and Nicholas amid the arse he smote. Off went the skin and hand breadth all about. The whole coulter burned so his tout, that for the smart he weened he would die. As he were wood for woe he gan to cry, "Help! Water! Water! Help, for God's heart!" This carpenter out of his slumber start, and heard one cry, "Water!" as he were wood, and thought, "Alas, now cometh Noah's flood." He sat him up without wordes mo', and with his axe he smote the cord in two, and down went all. He found neither to sell, nor bread nor ale, till he came to the cell. Upon the floor, and there in swoon he lay. Up started Alison and Nicolay, and cried out, "A hero in the street!" The neighbours all, both small and great, in ran for to garen on this man, that yet in swoon lay, both pale and wan. For with the fall he broken had his arm, but stand he must unto his own harm. For when he spake, he was anon borne down with Hendy, Nicholas, and Alison. They told to every man that he was wood. He was aghast so of Noah's flood. Through fantasy, that of his vanity, he had bought him kneading tubs 3, and had them hanged in the roof above, and that he prayed them for God's love to sitten in the roof for company. The folk gan laughen at his fantasy. Into the roof they kiken and they gape, and turned all his harm into a jape. For whatsoe'er this carpenter answered, it was for naught. No man his reason heard. With oaths great he was so sworn adown, that he was holden wood in all the town. For every clerk anon right held with other. They said, "The man was wood, my lieve brother," and every wight gan laughen at his strife. Thus swived was the carpenter's wife, for all his keeping and his jealousy, and Absalon hath kissed her nether eye, and Nicholas is scalded in the tout. This tale is done, and God save all the rout. End of the Miller's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Foster, www.alexfoster.me.uk. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poem by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalogue page of the Canterbury Tales. The Reeve's Tale. The Prologue. When folk had laughed all at this nice case of Absalon and Hendy Nicholas, diverse folk diversely they said, but for the more part they laughed and played. And at this tale I saw no man him grieve, but it were only Oswald the Reeve, because he was of carpentere's craft, and little ire is in his heart laughed. He gan to grudge, and blamed it alight. So the I, quoth he, full well could I him quite, with blearing of a proudy miller's eye, if that me list to speak of ribaldry. But I am old, me list not play for age. Grass time is done, my fodder is now forage. This white atop writeth mine older years, mine heart is also moulded as mine hairs, and I do fare as doth an open erse, that ilke fruit is ever longer worse. Till it be rotten in mullock or in stray, we older men I dread so far away. Till we be rotten can we not be ripe. We hop away while that the world will pipe. For in our will there stricketh eye and nail to have a hoary head and a green tail, as hath a leek. For though our might be gone, our will desireth folly ever in one. For when we may not do, then will we speak. Yet in our ashes cold does fire reek. 4 gleeds have we which I shall devise, vaunting and lying, anger, covetise. These 4 sparks belongen unto eld, our older limbers well may be unweld. But will shall never fail us, and that is sooth, and yet have I always a colter's tooth. As many a year as it is past and gone, since that my tap of life began to run. For sickly when I was born anon, death drew the tap of life and let it gone. And ever since hath so the tap y run, till that almost all empty is the tun. The stream of life now droppeth on the chime. The silly tongue may well ring and chime of wretchedness, that passed is full yore. With olde folk, save dotage, is no more. When that our host had heard this sermoning, he gan to speak as lordly as a king, and said, To what amounteth all this wit? What? Shall we speak all day of holy writ? The devil made a reeve for to preach, as of a suitor, a shipman, or a leech. Say forth thy tale, and tarry not the time. Lo, here is Deptford, and 'tis half past prime. Lo, Greenwich, where many a shrew is in. It were high time thy tale to begin. Now, sirs, quoth then this Oswald the Reeve, I pray you all that none of you do grieve, though I answer and somewhat set his hove, for lawful is force off with force to shove. This drunken miller hath he told us here, how that beguiled was a carpentier. Paraventure in scorn, for I am one, and, by your leave, I shall him quite anon. Right in his churlish termes will I speak. I pray to God his neck might to break. He can well in mine eye see a stalk, but in his own he cannot see a balk. End of prologue to the Reeve's Tale. The Reeve's Tale. At Trompington, not far from Canterbury, there goes a brick, and over that bridge, upon the which brook, there stands a mill. And this is very sooth that I you tell. A miller was there dwelling many a day. As any peacock he was proud and gay. Pipen he could, and fish, and net as beat, and turn cups, and wrestle well, and sheat. Aye, by his belt he bar a long pavade, and of his sword full trenchant was the blade. A jolly popper bare he in his pouch, there was no man for peril durst him touch. A Sheffield whittle bare he in his hose, round was his face, and Camus was his nose. As pill as an ape's was his skull, he was a market beater at the full. There durste no wichte hand upon him legge, that he ne swore anon he should abeg. A thief he was, for sorth of corn and meal, and that a sly, and used well to steal. His name was Hotten Dana Simicon. A wife he had, come of noble kin. The parson of the town her father was. With her he gave full many a pan of brass, for that Simkin should in his blood ally. She was y-fostered in a nunnery. For Simkin would in no wife, as he said, but she were well y-nourished, and a maid, to saven his estate and yeomanry, and she was proud and pert as is a pie. A full fair sight it was to see them two. On holy days before her he would go with his tippet y-bound about his head, and she came after in a gite of red, and Simkin had a hosen of the same. There durste no wight call her aught but dame. None was so hardy walking by that way, that with her either durste rage or play. But if he would be slain by Simkin, with pavada, or with knife or bodekin, for jealous folk be perilous evermo'. Algate they would their wives wende so, and eke, for she was somewhat smutterlish, she was as dignan as water in a ditch, and so full of hoke and bismere, her thought that a lady should ha spare, for her kindred and her notelry, that she had learned in the nunnery. One daughter had they betwixt them two, of 20 year, withouten any mo', saying that a child was of half year age, in cradle it lay, and was a proper page. This wench thick and well y-growen was, with camuse nose and eyen grey as glass, with buttocks broad and breastes round and high, but right fair was her hair, I will not lie. The parson of the town, for she was fair, in purpose was to make of her his heir, both of his chattels and his messuage, and strange he made it of her marriage. His purpose was for to bestow her high in some worthy blood of ancestry, for holy church's good may be dispended on holy church's blood that is descended. Therefore he would his holy blood honour, though that he her holy churchy would devour. Great soken hath this miller, out of doubt, with wheat and malt of all the land about, and namely there was a great college, men called the Solar Hall at Canterbury. There was their wheat and eke their malt y-ground, and on a day it happed in a stound, sick lay the manciple of a malady. Men weened wisely that he should die, for which this miller stole both meal and corn 100 times more than beforn, and heretofore he stole but courteously, but now he was a thief outrageously, for which the warden chid and made fare, but thereof set the miller not a tare. He cracked his boast and swore it was not so. Then there were a younger poorer scholars too, that dwelled in the hall of which I say. Testif they were and lusty for to play, and only for their mirth and revelry upon the warden busily they cry. They gave him leave, for but a little stound, to go to mill and see their corn y-ground. And hardily they durst lay their neck, the miller should not steal them half a peck of corn by sleight, nor them by force bereave, and at the last the warden gave them leave. John hight the one, and Alein hight the other. Of one town were they born, that hight Strother. Far in the north, I cannot tell you where, this Alein he made ready all his gear, and on a horse the sack he cast anon. Forth went Alein the clerk, and also John, with good sword and with buckler by their side. John knew the way, him needed not no guide, and at the mill the sack adown he layeth. Alein spake first. All hail, Simon, in faith. How fares thy fair daughter and thy wife? Alein, welcome, quoth Simkin, by my life. And John also, how now, what do you here? By God, Simon, quoth John, need has no peer. Him serve himself behoves that has no swain, or else he is a fool, as clerkes sayn. Our manciple, I hope, he will be dead. So workes I the wanges in his head, and therefore is I come, and eke Alein, to grind our corn and carry it home again. I pray you speed us hence as well ye may. It shall be done, quoth Simkin, by my fay. What will ye do while that is in hand? By God, right by the hopper will I stand, quoth John, and see how the corn goes in. Yet saw I never by my father's kin how that hopper waggers to and fro. Alein answered, John, and wilt thou so? Then will I be beneath by my crown, and see how that the meal falls adown into the trough, that shall be my disport. For John, in faith I may be of your sort, I is as ill a miller as is ye. This miller smiled at their nicety, and thought, all this is done but for a while. They weenen that no man may them beguile, but by my thrift yet shall I blear their eye. For all the sleight in their philosophy, the more quainte knackes that they make, the more will I steal when that I take. Instead of yet flour, yet will I give them bren. The greatest clerks are not the wisest men. As Willem to the wolf thus spake the mayor, of all their art ne count I not a tare. Out at the door he went full privily. When that he saw his time softely, he looked up and down until he found the clerke's horse, there as he stood bound behind the mill under a leavesel, and to the horse he went him fair and well, and stripped off the bridle right anon. And when the horse was loose, he gan to gon towards the fen, where wild mares run. Forth with wahee through thick and eke through thin. This miller went again, no word he said, but did his note, and with these clerks played, till that their corn was fair and well y-ground. And when the meal was sacked and y-bound, then John went out, and found his horse away, and gan to cry, "Hurroo, and well away! Our horse is lost! Alein, for Godde's bones! Step on thy feet, come off, man, all at once! Alas, our warden has his palfrey lorn." This Alein all forgot, both meal and corn. All was out of his mind, his husbandry. "What? Which way is he gone?" he gan to cry. The wife came leaping inward at a ren, and said, "Alas, your horse went to the fen with wild mares as fast as he could go. Unthank came on his hand that bound him so, and his that better should have knit the rein." "Alas," quoth John, "Alein, for Christe's pain, lay down thy sword, and I shall mine also. I is full wished God wait as is a roe. By Godde's soul he shall not escape us bathe. Why had thou put the capel in the lathe? Ill hail, Alein, by God thou is a fon. These silly clerks have full fast y-run toward the fen, both Alein and eke John. And when the miller saw that they were gone, he half a bushel of their flour did take, and bade his wife go knead it in a cake. He said, "I trow the clerkes were afeard, yet can a miller make a clerkes beard, for all his art. Yea, let them go their way. Lo, where they go, yea, let the children play. They get him not so lightly, by my crown. These silly clerkes runnen up and down with 'Keep, keep, stand, stand, Jossa warderera. Go whistle thou, and I shall keep him here.' But shortly, till that it was very night, they coulde not, though they did with all their might, their capel catch, he ran away so fast, till in a ditch they caught him at the last. Weary and wet as beasties in the rain, comes silly John, and with him comes Alein. 'Alas,' quoth John, 'the day that I was born, now we are driven till heaving and till scorn. Our corn is stolen, men will us fonners call, both the warden and eke our fellows all, and namely the miller well away.' Thus plained John, and as he went by the way toward the mill, and byerd in his hand, the miller sitting by the fire he found, for it was night, and for the might they not. But for the love of God they him besought of herberow and ease for their penny. The miller said again, 'If there be any such as it is, yet shall ye have your part. Mine house is strait, but ye have learned art. Ye can by arguments maken a place a mile broad of 20 foot of space. Let's see now if this place may suffice, or make it room with speech, as is your guise.' 'Now, Simon,' said this John, 'by Saint Cuthbert, aye is thou merry, and that is fair answered. I have heard say, men shall take of two things, such as he finds or such as he brings. But specially I pray thee, hoste dear, gar us have meat and drink, and make us cheer, and we shall pay thee truly at the full. With empty hand men may not hawk us tull. Lo, here our silver ready for to spend.' This miller to the town his daughter send for ale and bread, and roasted them a goose, and bound their horse he should no more go loose, and them in his own chamber made a bed, with sheets and with chalons fair spread. Not from his own bed 10 foot or 12, his daughter had a bed all by herself, right in the same chamber by and by. It might no better be, and cause why there was no rumour herberow in the place. They suppen and they speaken of solace, and drinken ever strong ale at the best. About a midnight went they all to rest. Well had this miller varnished his head. Full pale he was, fordrunken, and nought red. He yoxed, and he spake through the nose, as were he in the quacker or in the pose. To bed he went, and with him went his wife, as any jay she light was and jolliffe. So was her jolly whistle welly wet. The cradle at her beddes feet was set, to rock, and eke to give the child to suck. And when that drunken was, all in the crock, to bed went the daughter right anon, to bed went Alein, and also John. There was no more, needed them no dwale. This miller had so wisely bibbed ale, that as a horse he snorted in his sleep, nor of his tail behind he took no keep. His wife bare him a burden full strong. Men might their routing hearen a furlong. The wench routed eke for company. Alein the clerk, that heard this melody, he poked John and said, "Sleepest thou? Heardest thou ever such a song ere now? Lo, what a compline is y mell them all! A wilder fire upon their bodies fall. Who hearkened ever heard such a fairly thing? Yea, they shall have the flower of ill ending. This longe night there tides me no rest, but yet no force, all shall me for the best. For John," said he, "as ever may I thrive, if that I may yon wench will I swive. Some easement has law y-shapen us. For John, there is a law that saith thus, that if a man in one point he aggrieved, that in another he shall be relieved. Our corn is stolen, soothly it is no nay, and we have had an evil fit today. And since I shall have none amendment against my loss, I will have easement. By Godde's soul, it shall none other be." This John answered, "Alein, avise thee, the miller is a perilous man," he said, "and if he that out of his sleep abraid, he mighte do us both a villainy." Alein answered, "I count him not a fly," and up he rose, and by the wench he crept. This wench lay upright, and fast she slept, till he so nigh was, ere she might espy, that it had been too late for to cry. And shortly for to say, they were at one. Now play, Alein, for I will speak of John. This John lay still a furlong way or two, and to himself he made ruth and woe. "Alas," quoth he, "this is a wicked jape. Now may I say that I is but an ape. Yet has my fellow somewhat for his harm. He has the miller's daughter in his arm. He entreated him, and hath his needes sped, and I lie as a draff sack on my bed. And when this jape is told another day, I shall be held a daff or a cockernay. I will arise and ounter it by my fay. Hardy is unserly, as men say." And up he rose, and softely he went Unto the cradle, and in his hand it hent, And bare it soft unto his bedde's feet. Soon after this the wife her routing leat, And gan awake, and went out to piss, And came again, and gan the cradle miss, And groped here and there, but she found none. "Alas," quoth she, "I had almost misgone, I had almost gone to the clerk's bed. Eh, benedicite, then I had foully sped." And forth she went, till she the cradle fand. She groped away further with her hand, And found the bed, and thought not but good, Because that the cradle by it stood. And wist not where she was, for it was dark, But fair and well she crept in by the clerk, And lay full still, and would have thought asleep. Within a while this John the clerk upleap, And on his good wife laid on full sore. So merry a fit she had not had full yore. He pricked hard and deep, as he were mad. This jolly life have these two clerkes had, Till that the thirde cocker began to sing. Alein waxed weary in the morrowing, For he had wonken all the longe night, And said, "Farewell, Malkin, my sweet wight. The day is come, I may no longer bide, But evermore, whereso I go or ride, I is thine owen clerk, so have I haile. Now, dear leman," quoth she, "go farewelle. But ere thou go, one thing I will thee tell. When that thou wendest homeward by the mill, Right at the entry of the door behind, Thou shalt a cake of half a bushel find, That was y maked of thine owen meal, Which that I helped my father for to steal. And good leman, God save thee and keep." And with that word she gan almost to weep. Alein uprose and thought, "Ere the day daw, I will go creepen in by my fellow." And found the cradle with his hand anon. "By God," thought he, "all wrong I have misgone. My head is totty of my swink tonight. That maketh me I go not aright. I wot well by the cradle I have misgo. Here lie the miller and his wife also. And forth he went a 20 devil way unto the bed thereas the miller lay. He weened it to have creeped by his fellow John, and by the miller in he crept anon, and caught him by the neck and gan him shake, and said, "Thou John, thou swine's head, awake, for Christus' soul, and hear a noble game. For by that lord that is called Saint James, I have thrice in this shorte night swived the miller's daughter bolt upright, while thou hast as a coward lain aghast." "Thou false harlot," quoth the miller, "hast? Ah, false traitor, false clerk," quoth he, "thou shalt be dead by Godde's dignity, who durste be so bold to disparage my daughter that is come of such lineage." And by the throate ball he caught a line, and he him hent dispiteously again, and on the nose he smote him with his fist. Down ran the bloody stream upon his breast, and in the floor with nose and mouth all broke they wallow as do two pigs in a poke. And up they go, and down again anon, till that the miller spurned on a stone, and down he backward fell upon his wife, that wiste nothing of this nice strife, for she was fallen asleep a little wight with John the clerk that had waked all the night. And with the fall out of her sleep she brayed, "Help, Holy Cross of Bromholm," she said. "In manners tuas, Lord, to thee I call. Awake, Simon, the fiend is on me fall. Mine heart is broken. Help, I am but dead. There lieth one on my womb and on mine head. Help, Simkin, for these false clerks do fight." This John start up as fast as e'er he might, and groped by the walls to and fro to find a staff, and she start up also, and knew the estress better than this John. And by the wall she took a staff anon, and saw a little shimmering of a light, for at an hole in shone the moon abright. And by that light she saw them both the two, but sickerly she wist not who was who. But as she saw a white thing in her eye, and when she gan this white thing espy, she weened the clerk had heard a volupare. And with the staff she drew aye near and near, and weened to have hit this Alein on the full, and smote the miller on the pillared skull. And down he went, and cried, "Haro, I die!" These clerkies beat him well and let him lie, and grithen them, and take their horse anon, and eke their meal. And on their way they gone, and at the mill door eke they took their cake of half a bushel flour, full well y bake. Thus is the proude miller well y beat, and hath he lost the grinding of the wheat, and paid for the supper every deal of Alein and of John that beat him well. His wife is swived, and his daughter also. Lo, such it is a miller to be false, and therefore this proverb is said full sooth: Him thou not winnen well that evil doth, a guiler shall himself beguiled be. And God, that sitteth high in majesty, save all this company, both great and small. Thus have I quit the miller in my tale. End of the Reeve's Tale. Read in Nottingham, England, on the 3rd of July by Alex Foster. www.alexfoster.me.uk.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on February 3rd, 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Cook's Tale. The Prologue. The Cook of London, while the Reeve thus spake, for joy he laughed, and clapped him on the back. "Aha!" quoth he, "for Christe's passion this miller had a sharp conclusion upon this argument of herbergage. Well said Solomon in his language: Bring thou not every man into thine house, for harbouring by night is perilous. Well ought a man advised for to be, whom that he brought into his privity. I pray to God to give me sorrow and care, if ever, since I hight Hodge of Ware, heard I a miller better set a work. He had a jape of malice in the dirk. But God forbid that we should stinte here, and therefore if ye will vouchsafe to hear a tale of me, that am a poor man, I will tell you as well as e'er I can a little jape that fell in our city. Our host answered and said, I grant it thee. Roger, tell on, and look that it be good. For many a pasty hast thou letten blood, and many a Jack of Dover hast thou sold, that had been twice hot and twice cold. Of many a pilgrim hast thou Christe's curse, for of thy parsley yet fare they the worse. They that have eaten in thy stubble goose, for in thy shop doth many a fly go loose. Now tell on, gentle Roger, by thy name, but yet I pray thee be not wroth for game. A man may say full sooth in game and play. Thou say'st full sooth, quoth Roger, by my fay, but sooth play quad play, as the Fleming saith, and therefore Harry Bailey by thy faith. Be thou not wroth, else we departe here, though that my tale be of an hostelere. But natheless I will not tell it yet, but ere we part, y wis thou shall be quit. And therewithal he laughed, and made cheer, and told his tale, as ye shall after hear. The Tale. A prentice whilom dwelt in our city, and of a craft of victuallers was he. Galliard he was as goldfinch in the shaw, brown as berry, a proper sort fellow, with lockes black combed full fetisly, and dance he could so well and jolily, that he was called Perkin Reveller. He was full of love and paramour, as is the honeycomb of honey sweet. Well was the wench that with him might meet. At every bridal would he sing and hop. He better loved the tavern than the shop. For when there any riding was in cheap, out of the shop thither he would leap, and till that he had all the sighte seen, and danced well, he would not come again, and gathered him a many of his sort, to hop and sing and make such disport, as there they set steven for to meet, to playen at dice in such a street. For in the town there was no prentice that fairer could cast a pair of dice than Perkin could, and thereto he was free of his dispense, in place of privity, that found his master well in his chaffar, for oftentimes he found his box full bare. For soothly a prentice revellour that haunteth dice, riot, and paramour, his master shall it in his shop be, all that he had no part in the minstrelsy. For theft and riot they be convertible. All can they play on gittern or ribible. Revel and truth, as in a low degree, they be full wroth all day, as men may see. This jolly prentice with his master bode, till he was nigh out of his prenticehood. All were he snubbed, both early and late, and sometimes led with revel to Newgate. But at the last his master him bethought, upon a day when he his paper sought, of a proverb that saith this same word: Better is rotten apple out of hoard, than it should rot all in the remnant. so fares it by a riotous servant. It is well less harm to let him pace, than he shend all the servants in the place. Therefore his master gave him a quittance, and bade him go with sorrow and mischance. And thus this jolly prentice had his leave. Now let him riot all the night, or leave. And for there is no thief without a luke that helpeth him to wasten and to sook of that he bribe can or borrow may. Anon he sent his bed and his array unto a compere of his owen sort, that loved dice and riot and disport, and had a wife that held for countenance a shop, and swived for her sustenance. So ends the Cook's Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on February 9th, 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these notes, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Man of Law's Tale. The Prologue. Our host saw well that the bright sun, the arc of his artificial day, had run the fourth part, and half an hour more. And though he were not deep expert in lore, he wist it was the 28 day of April, that is messenger to May, and saw well that the shadow of every tree was in its length the same quality, that was the body erect that caused it, and therefore by the show he took his wit, that Phoebus, which that shone so clear and bright, degrees was 45 clome on height. And for that day, as in that latitude, it was 10 of the clock, he gan conclude, and suddenly he plight his horse about. Lordlings, quoth he, I warn you all this rout. The fourth party of this day is gone. Now, for the love of God and of Saint John, lose no time, as far forth as ye may, lordlings. The time wasteth night and day, and steals from us what privily sleeping, and what through negligence in our waking, as doth the stream that turneth never again. Descending from the mountain to the plain, well might Seneca and many a philosopher bewail time more than gold in coffer. For loss of chattels may recovered be, but loss of time shendeth us, quoth he. It will not come again without dread, no more than will Malkin's maidenhead, when she hath lost it in her wantonness. Let us not mould thus in idleness. Sir man of law, quoth he, so ye have bliss, tell us a tale anon as forward is. Ye be submitted through your free assent to stand in this case at my judgment. Acquit you now, and hold your behest, that ye have done your devoir in the least. Host, quoth he, de par Dieu j'aie assente. To break forward is not mine intent, behest is debt, and I would hold it fain, all my behest I can no better sayn. For such law as a man gives another wight, he should himself usen it by right. Thus will our text, but natheless certain, I can right now no thrifty tale sayn, but Chaucer, though he can but lewdly on meters and on rhyming craftily, hath said them in such English as he can of olde time, as knoweth many a man. And if he have not said them, leve, brother, in one book, he hath said them in another. For he hath told of lovers up and down more than Ovid made of mention in his epistolae, that be full old. Why should I tell them, since they be told? In youth he made of Ceyx and Alcyone, and since then he hath spoke of every one those noble wives and lovers eke. Whoso will his large volume speak, called The Saint's Legend of Cupid, there may he see the large wounds wide of Lucrece, and of Babylon Thisbe, the sword of Dido for the false Aeneas, the tree of Phyllis for her Demophon, the plaint of Dian and of Hermione, of Ariadne and Hypsipyle, the barren isle standing in the sea, the drowned Leander for his fair hero, the tears of Helen, and eke the woe of Briseis and Ladomia, the cruelty of thee, Queen Medea, thy little children hanging by the halls for thy Jason, that was of love so false. Hypermnestra, Penelope, Alceste, your wifehood he commandeth with the best. But certainly no word writeth he of Thick-wick, example of Canace, that loved her own brother sinfully. Of all such cursed stories I say fie, or else of Tyrius Apollonius, and how the cursed King Antiochus bereft his daughter of her maidenhead. That is so horrible a tale to read, when he threw her upon the pavement, and therefore he, of full advisement, would never write in none of his sermons of such unkind abominations. Nor will I none rehearse, if I may. But of my tale how shall I do this day? Me here loth to be likened doubtless to muses, that men call Pyrades, metamorphoses, what I mean. But natheless I reck not a bean, though I come after him with hawk-bake. I speak in prose, and let him rhymes make. And with that word he with a sober cheer began his tale, and said as ye shall hear. So ends the prologue to the Man of Law's tale. The tale. O scatheful harm, condition of poverty, with thirst, with cold, with hunger so confounded, to ask help thee shameth in thine heart. If thou none ask, so sore art thou y-wounded. That very need unwrappeth all thy wound hid. Maugre thine head, thou must for indignance, or steal, or beg, or borrow thy dispence. Thou blamest Christ, and sayest full bitterly, he mid-separateth riches temporal. Thy neighbour thou witest sinfully, and sayest thou hast too little, and he hath all. Parfait, sayest thou, sometime he reckon shall, when that his tale shall brennen in the glade, for he not helped the needful in their need. Hearken what is the sentence of the wise: better to die than to have indigence. Thyself neighbour will thee despise, if thou be poor, farewell thy reverence. Yet of the wise man take this sentence: all the days of poor men be wick. Beware therefore ere thou come to that prick. If thou be poor, thy brother hateth thee, and all thy friends flee from thee, alas. O rich merchants, full of wealth be ye, O noble prudent folk, as in this case. Your bags be not filled with ambis ace, but with six sank that runneth for your chance, and Christenmass will merry be ye dance. Ye seek land and sea for your winnings, as wise folk ye knowen all the estate of regnes. Ye be fathers of tidings and tales, both of peace and of debate. I were right now of tales desolate, but that a merchant, gone in many a year, me taught a tale, which ye shall after hear. In Syria whilom dwelt a company of chapmen rich, and thereto sad and true, clothes of gold and satins rich of hue, that wide where sent their spicery. Their chaffare was so thriftily and so new, that every wight had dainty to chaffar with them, and eke to sell them their ware. Now fell it that the masters of that sort have sharpened them to Rome for to wend, were it for chapmanhood or for disport. None other messages would they thither send, but come themselves to Rome. This is the end. And in such place as thought them avantage, for their intent they took their herbitage. Sojourned have these merchants in that town a certain time, as fell to their pleasance. And so befell, that in the excellent renown of the emperor's daughter, Dame Constance, reported was, with every circumstance, unto these Syrian merchants in such wise, from day to day, as I shall you devise. This was the common voice of every man. Our Emperor of Rome, God him see, a daughter hath, that since the world began to reckon, as well her goodness and beauty, was never such another as is she. I pray to God in honour her sustain, and would she were of all Europe the queen. In her is high beauty without pride, and youth without greenhood or folly. To all her works virtue is her guide. Humbleness hath slain in her all tyranny. She is the mirror of all courtesy, her heart a very chamber of holiness, her hand minister of freedom for almness. And all this voice was sooth, as God is true. But now to purpose let us turn again. These merchants have done freight their shippes new, and when they have this blissful maiden seen, home to Syria then they went full fain, and did their needs, as they have done yore, and lived in weal. I can you say no more. Now fell it that these merchants stood in grace of him that was the Soudan of Syrie. For when they came from any strange place, he would of his benign courtesy make them good cheer, and busily espy tidings of sundry regnes, for to lear the wonders that they might see or hear. Amonges other things specially, these merchants have told him of Dame Constance, so great nobleness in earnest so royally, that this Soudan hath caught so great pleasance to have her figure in his remembrance, that all his lust and all his busy cure was for to love her while his life may dure. Paraventure in the like large book, which that men call the heaven, y written was with stars, when that he his birth took, that he for love should have his death, alas. For in the stars, clearer than in the glass, is written, God wrought, whoso could it read, the death of every man withoute dread. In stars many a winter there beforn was writ the death of Hector, Achilles, of Pompey, Julius, ere they were born, the strife of Thebes and of Hercules, of Samson, Turnus, and of Socrates, the death; but menne's wittes be so dull, that no wight can well read it at the full. This Soudan for his privy council sent, and shortly of this matter for the pace He hath to them declared his intent, and told them certain, but he might have grace to have Constance within a little space, he was but dead, and charged them in high to shape for his life some remedy. Divers men divers things said, and arguments they casten up and down, many a subtle reason forth they laid. They speak of magic and abusion, but finally, as in conclusion, they cannot see in that none advantage, nor in no other way, save marriage. Then saw they therein such difficulty by way of reason, for to speak all plain, because that there was such diversity between their both laws, and they sayn they trow that no Christian prince would fain wedden his child under our laws sweet, that us was given by Mahood our prophet. And he answered, rather than I lose Constance, I will be christened doubteless. I must be hers, I may none other choose. I pray you hold your arguments in peace, save my life, and be not reckless, to get to her that hath my life in cure, for in this woe I may not long endure. What needeth greater dilatation, I say, by treaty and ambassadry, and by the Pope's meditation, and all the church, and all the chivalry, that in destruction of Mametry, and in increase of Christ's law dear, they be accorded, so as ye may hear. How that the Soudan and his baronage, and all his lieges, shall y christened be, and shall have Constance in marriage, and certain gold, I not what quality, and hereto find they sufficient surety, the same accord is sworn on either side. Now, fair Constance, Almighty God thee guide. Now would some men weten, as I guess, that I should tellen all the purveyance the which the emperor of his noblesse hath shapen for his daughter, Dame Constance. Well may men know that so great ordinance may no man tellen in a little clause, as was arrayed for so high a cause. Bishops be sharpen with her for to wend, lordes, ladies, and knights of renown, and other folk enough. This is the end, and notified is throughout all the town, that every wight with great devotion should pray to Christ, that he this marriage receive in gree, and speed this voyage. The day is comen of her departing, I say the woful fatal day is come, that there may be no longer tarrying, but forward they them dressen all and some. Constance, that was with sorrow all o'ercome, full pale arose, and dressed her to wend, for well she saw there was no other end. Alas, what wonder it is, though she wept, that shall be sent to a strange nation from friends that so tenderly her kept, and to be bound under subjection of one she knew not his condition. Husbands be all good, and have been of yore, that know wives. I dare say no more. "Father," she said, "thy wretched child Constance, thy younge daughter, fostered up so soft, and you, my mother, my sovereign pleasance, over all thing outtaken Christ on loft. Constance, your child, her recommendeth oft unto your grace, for I shall to Syrie, nor shall I ever see you more with eye. Alas, unto the barbarous nation I must anon, since, if that is your will, but Christ that starf for our redemption, so give me grace his hestes to fulfill. I, wretched woman, no force though I spill. Women are born to thraldom and penance, and to be under manne's governments. I trow at Troy, when Pyrrhus brake the wall, or Ilion burnt, or Thebes the city, nor at Rome, for the harm through Hannibal, that Romans hath y vanquished times three, was heard such tender weeping for pity, as in the chamber was for her parting, but forth she must, whether she weep or sing. O firste moving cruel firmament, with thy diurnal sway, that crowdest aye and hurlest all from east till occident, that naturally would hold another way, thy crowding set in the heaven in such array, at the beginning of this fierce voyage, that cruel Mars hath slain this marriage. Unfortunate ascendant tortuous, of which the Lord is helpless fall'n, alas, out of his angle into the darkest house. O Mars, O Atziar, as in this case, O feeble moon, unhappy is thy pace. Thou knittest thee where thou art not received, where thou art well, from thence art thou weaved. Imprudent Emperor of Rome, alas, was there no philosopher in all thy town? Is no time bet than other in such case? Of voyage is there none election, namely to folk of high condition, not when a route is of a birth ye know? Alas, we be too lewed or too slow. To ship was brought this woful fair maid, solemnly with every circumstance. "Now Jesus Christ be with you all," she said. "There is no more, but farewell, fair Constance." She pained her to make good countenance, and forth I let her sail in this manner, and turn I will again to my matter. The mother of the Soudan, well of vices y-spied, hath her sonne's plain intent, how he will leave his olde sacrifices, and right anon she for her counsel sent. And they be come to knowe what she meant, and when assembled was this folks in fear, she sat her down, and said, as ye shall hear: "Lordes," she said, "ye knowen every one how that my son in point is for to lete the holy laws of our Alacron, given by God's messenger Mahomet. But one avow to great God I hate: life shall rather out of my body start, than Mahomet's law go out of mine heart." What should us tiden of this newe law, but thraldom to our bodies and penance, and afterward in hell to be ye draw? For we reigned Mahomet our creance, but Lordes will ye maken assurance, as I shall say, assenting to my lore, and I shall make us safe for evermore. They sworen and assented every man to live with her and die, and by her stand, and every one in the best wise he can, to strengthen her shall all his friendes fan. And she hath his emprise taken in hand, which ye shall hear that I shall devise. And to them all she spake right in this wise. We shall first fain us Christendom to take. Cold water shall not grieve us but a light. And I shall such a feast and revel make, That, as I trow, I shall the Soudan quite. For though his wife be christened ne'er so white, She shall have need to wash away the red, Though she a fount of water with her lead. O Soudaness, root of iniquity, Virago thou, Semiramis the second, O serpent under femininity, Like to the serpent deep in hell y bound, O feigned woman, all that may confound Virtue and innocence, though thy malice Is bred in thee, as nest of every vice. O Satan envious, since thilike day That thou wert chased from our heritage, Well knowest thou to woman the old way, Thou madest Eve to bring us in servage. Thou wilt fordo this Christian marriage, Thine instrument so, well away the while, Makest thou of women when thou wilt beguile. This Soudaness, whom I thus blame and warray, Let privily her counsel go their way. Why should I in this tale longer tarry? She rode unto the Soudan on a day, And said him that she would renigh her lay, And Christendom of priestes handes fong, Repenting her she heathen was so long. Beseeching him to do her that honour, That she might have the Christian folk to feast. To please them I will do my labour, the Soudan said, I will do it at your haste. And kneeling thanked her for that request. So glad he was, he wist not what to say, And kissed her son, and home she went her way. Arrived be these Christian folk to land in Syria With a great solemn rout, and hastily This Soudan sent his sonde for first to his mother, And all the realm about, and said his wife had comen out of doubt, And prayed them to ride again the queen, The honour of his regne to sustain. Great was the press, and rich was the array Of Syrians and Romans met in fair. The mother of the Soudath rich and gay Received her with all so glad a cheer, As any mother might her daughter dear. And to the next city there beside, A soft pace solemnly they ride. Not trow I the triumph of Julius, Of which that Lucan maketh such a boast, Was royaler or more curious Than was the assembly of this blissful boast. But oh, this scorpion, this wicked ghost, The Soudaness, for all her flattering, cast Under this full mortally to sting. The Soudan came himself soon after this, So royally that wonder is to tell, And welcomed her with all joy and bliss. And thus in mirth and joy I let them dwell. The fruit of his matter is that I tell. When the time came, men thought it for the best That revels stint, and men go to their rest. The time is come that this old Soudaness ordained Hath the feast of which I told, And to the feast the Christian folk them dress In general, yea, both young and old. There may men feast, and royalty behold, And dainties more than eye can you devise, But all too dear they bought it ere they rise. O sudden woe that ever art successor To worldly bliss, sperrant is with bitterness. The end of our joy, our worldly labour, Woe occupies the fine of our gladness. Hearken this counsel for thy sickerness. Upon thy glad days have in thy mind the unware woe of harm that comes behind. For shortly, for to tell it at a word, the Soudan and the Christians every one were all to hewn and sticked at the board. But it was only Dame Constance alone, this old Soudaness, this accursed crone, had with her friends done this accursed deed, for she herself would all the country lead. Nor there was Syrian that was converted, that of the council of the Soudan wot, that was not all to hewn ere he estarted, and Constance have they ta'en anon foot hot, and in a ship all steererless, God wot, they have her set, and bid her learn to sail out of Syria againward to Italy. A certain treasure that she thither lad, and soon to say of victual great plenty, there have her given, and clothes eke she had, and forth she sailed in the salty sea. O my Constance, full of benignity, O Emperor's young daughter dear, he that is lord of fortune be thy steer. She blessed herself, and with full piteous voice Unto the cross of Christ thus said she: O dear, O wealful altar, holy cross, red of the Lamb's blood, full of pity, that washed the world from old iniquity, me from the fiend and from his clawes keep, that day that I shall drenchen in the deep. Victorious tree, protection of the true, that only worthy were for to bear the King of Heaven, with his woundes new, the white lamb that hurt was with a spear, flemmer of fiends out of him, and her on which thy limbs fully extend, me keep, and give me might my life to mend. Years and days floated this creature throughout the sea of Greece unto the strait of Maroc, as it was her aventure on many a sorry meal now may she bate. After her death full often may she wait, ere that the wilde waves will her drive unto the place thereas she shall arrive. Men mighten ask why she was not slain eke at the feast, who might her body save, and I answer to that demand again, who saved Daniel in the horrible cave, where every wight save he, master or knave, was with the lion threat ere he astart, no wight but God that he bare in his heart. God list to shew his wonderful miracle in her, that we should see his mighty works. Christ, which that is to him harm trickle, by certain means oft, as he knows clerks, doth thing for certain end, that full dirk is to manne's wit, that for our ignorance ne cannot know his prudent purveyance. Now since she was not at the feast y slaw, who kept her from drowning in the sea? Who kept Jonas from the fish's maw, till he was sprouted up at Nineveh? Well men may know it was no wight, but he that kept the Hebrew people from drowning, with dry feet throughout the sea passing. Who bade the four spirits tempest that the power have to annoy land and sea, both north and south, and also west and east, annoye neither sea nor land nor tree? Soothly the commander of that was he, that kept the tempest aye this woman kept, as well when she awoke as when she slept. Where might this woman meat and drinke have 3 year and more, how lasted her vitality? Who fed the Egyptian Mary in the cave, or in the desert? no wight but Christ son fei. 5,000 folk it was, as great marvail, with loaves and five, and fishes too to feed. God sent his poisson at her great need. She drived forth into our ocean, throughout our wilde sea, Until at the last, under a hold that nempen I not can, Far in Northumberland the wave her cast, And in the sand her ship sticked so fast, That thennes it would not in all a tide, The will of Christ was that she should abide. The constable of the castle did down fare To see this wreck, and all the ship he sought, And found this weary woman full of care. He found also the treasure that she brought. In her language mercy she besought The life out of her body for to twin, Her to deliver of woe that she was in. A manner Latin corrupt was her speech, But algate thereby she was understood. The constable, when him list no longer seech, This woeful woman brought he to the lond. She kneeled down and thanked Godde's sond, But what she was she would no man to say, For fair nor foul, although that she should dey. She said she was so mazed in the sea, That she forgot her mind, by her truth. The constable had of her so great pity, And eke his wife, that they wept for ruth. She was so diligent without sloth, To serve and please every one in that place, That all her loved that looked in her face. The constable and Dame Ermelgilde his wife Were pagans, and that country everywhere, But Hermelgilde loved Constance as her life, And Constance had so long sojourned there, In orisons with many a bitter tear, Till Jesus had converted through his grace Dame Hermelgilde constableness of that place. In all that land no Christians durst rout. All Christian folk had fled from that country, Though pagans that conquered all about. The plagues of the north by land and sea To Wales had fled. The Christianity of old Britons dwelling in this isle, There was their refuge for the meanwhile. But yet ne'er Christian Britons so exiled, That there ne'er some which in their privity Honoured Christ, and heathen folk beguiled. And nigh the castle such there dwelled three, And one of them was blind, and might not see, But it were with thilke eyen of his mind, With which men may see when they are blind. Bright was the sun, as in a summer's day, For which the constable and his wife also And Constance have y take the righte way Toward the sea, a furlong way to go, To playen and to roam to and fro. And in their walk this blind man they met, Crooked and old, with even fast y shet. In the name of Christ, called this blind Briton, Dame Ermelgilde, give me my sight again. This lady waxed afraid of that sound, Lest that her husband shortly for to sayn Would her for Jesus Christe's love have slain, Till Constance made her hold, and bade her wirch The will of Christ, as daughter of Holy Church. The constable waxed abashed out of that sight, And said, "What amounteth all this fare?" Constance answered, "Sir, it is Christe's might That helpeth folk out of the fiende's snare." And so far forth she gan our law declare, That she, the constable, ere that it were eve, Converted, and on Christ made him believe. This constable was not lord of the place Of which I speak, there as he Constance fand, But kept it strongly many a winter's space under Allah, King of Northumberland, that was full wise and worthy of his hand against the Scots, as men may well hear. But turn I will again to my mattere. Satan, that ever us waiteth to beguile, saw of Constance all her perfection, and cast anon how he might quite her while, and made a young knight that dwellet in that town love her so hot of foul affection, that verily him thought that he should spill, but he of her might ones have his will. He wooed her, but it availed not. She would no sin by no way, and for despite he compassed his thought to make her a shameful death to day. He waiteth when the constable is away, and privily upon a night he crept in her Melgilda's chamber while she slept. Weary forewaked in her orisons, sleepeth Constant, and Hermelgild also. This night through Satan's temptation all softly is to the bed y go, and cut the throat of Hermelgild in two, and laid the bloody knife by Dame Constance, and went his way. There God gave him mischance. Soon after came the constable home again, and eke Allah that king was of this land, and saw his wife dispiteously slain, for which full oft he wept and wrung his hand, and ill the bed the bloody knife he found by Dame Constance. Alas, what might she say? For very woe her wit was all away. To King Allah was told all this mischance, and eke the time, and where, and in what wise, that in a ship was founden this Constance. And here before ye have me heard devise the kinge's heart for pity gan agrise, when he saw so benign a creature fall in disease and in misadventure. For as the lamb toward his death is brought, so stood this innocent before the king, this false knight that had this treason wrought, bore her in hand that she hath done this thing. But natheless there was great murmuring among the people, that say they cannot guess that she had done so great a wickedness. For they had seen her ever virtuous, and loving Hermelgild right as her life. Of this bare witness each one in that house, save he that Hermelgild slew with his knife. This gentle king had caught a great motif of this witness, and thought he would inquire deeper into this case, the truth to lure. Alas, Constance, thou hast no champion, nor fight canst thou not so well away, but he that starf for our redemption, and bound Satan, and yet lieth where he lay. So be thy stronge champion this day, for but Christ upon thee miracle kyth, withoute guilt thou shall be slain as swithe. She set her down on knees, and thus she said: Immortal God, that saved Suzanne from false blame, and thou merciful maid, Mary I mean, the daughter of Saint Anne, before whose child the angels sing Osanne, if I be guiltless of this felony, my succour be, or elles shall I die. Have ye not seen sometime a pale face among a press of him that hath been lad toward his death, where he getteth no grace, and such a colour in his face hath had, men might know him that was so bestad. Amongst all the faces in that rout, so stood Constance, and looked her about. O queenes living in propriety, duchesses, and ye ladies every one, have some ruth of her adversity, and emperor's daughter she stood alone. She had no wight with whom to make her moan. O blood royal, that standest in the dread, far be thy friends in thy great need. This King Allah had such compassion, as gentle heart is full filled of pity, that from his eyen ran the water down. Now hastily do fetch a book, quoth he, and if this knight will swear how that she this woman slew, yet will we us advise with that we will, that shall be our justice. A Breton book, written with evangiles, was fetched, and on this book he swore anon she guilty was in the meanwhiles, and hand him smote upon the necke bone, that down he fell at once, right as a stone, and both his eyen burst out of his face, in sight of everybody in that place. A voice was heard in general audience that said, Thou hast disslander'd guilteless the daughter of holy church in high presence. Thus hast thou done, and yet hold I my peace? Of this marvel aghast was all the press, as mazed folk they stood every one, for dread of wreak, save Constance alone. Great was the dread and eke the repentance of them that bade wrong suspicion upon this saily innocent Constance, and for this miracle in conclusion, and by Constance's meditation the king, and many another in that place, converted was, thanked be Christe's grace. This false knight was slain for his untruth by judgment of Allah hastily, and yet Constance had of his death great ruth. And after this Jesus of his mercy made Allah wed full solemnly this holy woman that is so bright and sheen, and thus hath Christ y made Constance a queen. But who was woful, if I shall not lie, of this wedding, but Donegilt, and no mo the kinge's mother, full of tyranny. Her thought her cursed heart would burst in two. She would not that her son had done so. Her thought it despite that he should take so strange a creature unto his make. Me list not of the chaff nor of the stray, make so long a tale as of the corn. What should I tellen of the royalty of this marriage, or which course goes beforn, who bloweth in a trump or in a horn? The fruit of every tale is for to say, they eat and drink and dance and sing and play. They go to bed, as it was skill and right, for though that wives be full of holy things, they must take in patience at the night such manner necessaries as be pleasings to folk that have y-wedded them with rings, and lay alight their holiness aside, as for the time it may no better betide. On her he got a knave child anon, and to a bishop, and to his constable eke, he took his wife to keep when he is gone to Scotland ward, his foeman for to seek. Now fair Constance, that is so humble and meek, so long is gone with child, till that still she held her chamber abiding Christ's will. The time is come, a knave and child she bare, Mauritius at the front stone they him call. This constable doth forth come a messenger, And wrote unto his king that clept was all, How that this blissful tiding is befall, And other tidings speedful for to say. He hath the letter, and forth he goeth his way. This messenger, to do his advantage, Unto the king's mother rideth swithe, And saluteth her full fair in his language. "Madam," quoth he, "ye may be glad and blithe, And thank God 100,000 sithe. My lady queen hath child without doubt, To joy and bliss of all this realm about. Lo, here is the letter sealed of this thing, That I must bear with all haste I may. If ye will aught unto your son the king, I am your servant both night and day." Donegild answered, "And now at this time nay, But here I will with all night thou take thy rest. To morrow will I say thee what me lest." This messenger drank sadly ale and wine, And stolen were his letters privily Out of his box, where he slept as a swine, And counterfeited was full subtilly. Another letter wrote full sinfully Unto the king, direct of this matter, From his constable, as ye shall after hear. This letter said the queen delivered was Of so horrible a fiend-like creature, That in the castle none so hardy was, That any while she durst therein endure. The mother was an elf by adventure, Become by charms or by sorcery, And every man hated her company. Woe was this king when this letter had seen, But to no wight he told his sorrows sore, But with his owen hand he wrote again, "Welcome the sonde of Christ for evermore. To me, that I am now learned in this lore, Lord, welcome be thy lust and thy pleasance. My lust I put all in thine ordinance. Keeps this child, albeit foul or fair, And eke my wife unto mine homecoming. Christ, when him list, may send to me an heir More agreeable than this to my liking." This letter he sealed, privily weeping, Which to the messenger was taken soon, And forth he went, there is no more to doen. O messenger, full filled of drunkenness, Strong is thy breath, thy limbes falter aye, And thou betrayest all secretness. Thy mind is lorn, thou janglest as a jay. Thy face is turned in a new array. Where drunkenness reigneth in any rout, There is no counsel hid without doubt. O Donegild, I have no English dine Unto thy malice and thy tyranny, And therefore to the fiend I thee resign. Let him indict for all thy treachery. Fie, mannish, fie! O nay, by God I lie. Fie, fiend-like spirit! For I dare well tell, Though thou here walk, thy spirit is in hell. This messenger came from the king again, And at the kinge's mother court he light, And she was of his messenger full fain, And pleased him in all that e'er she might. He drank, and well his girdle underpight he slept, And eke he snored in this guise all night, until the sun began to rise. Eft were his letters stolen every one, and counterfeited letters in this wise. The king commanded his constable anon, on pain of hanging and of high Jewise, that he should suffer in no manner wise Constance within his regne, for to abide 3 days and a quarter of a tide. But in the same ship as he her fand, her and her younge son, and all her gear, he should put and crowd her from the land, and charge her that she never eft come there. O my Constance, well may thy ghost have fear, and sleeping in thy dream be in penance, when Donegild cast all this ordinance. This messenger on morrow, when he woke, Unto the castle held the nexte way, And to the constable the letter took, And when his dispiteous letter say, Full oft he said, Alas, and well away. Lord Christ, quoth he, how may this world endure? So full of sin is many a creature. Almighty God, if that be thy will, Since thou art rightful judge, how may it be That thou wilt suffer innocence to spill, And wicked folk reign in prosperity? Ah, good Constance, alas, so woe is me, That I must be thy tormentor, or dey a shameful death. There is no other way. Wept both young and old in that place, When that the king this cursed letter sent, And Constance with a deadly pale face, The fourthe day toward her ship she went. But nonetheless she took in good intent The will of Christ, and kneeling on the strond she said, Lord, I welcome be thy sond. He that keppet me from the false blame, While I was in the land amonges you, He can keep me from harm, and eke from shame In the salt sea, although I see not how, As strong as ever he was, he is not now. In him trust I, and in his mother dear, That is to me my sail, and eke my steer. Her little child lay weeping in her arm, And kneeling piteously to him she said, Peace, little son, I will do thee no harm. With that her kerchief off her head she braid, And over his little eyen even there it laid, And in her arm she lulled it full fast, And unto heaven her eyen up she cast. Mother, quoth she, and maiden bright, Mary, sooth is, that through a woman's eggment man was lorn, And damned I to die, for which thy child was on a cross y rent. Thy blissful eyen saw all his torment. Then is there no comparison between thy woe and any woe man may sustain? Thou saw'st thy child is slain before thine eyen, And yet thou lives, my little child parfait. Now, lady bright, to whom the woeful crien, Thou glory of womanhood, thou faire May, Thou heaven of refuge, bright star of the day, Rue on my child, that of thy gentleness Ruest on every rueful in distress. O little child, alas, what is thy guilt, That never wroughtest sin as yet pardie? Why will thine hard father have thee split? O mercy, dear constable," quoth she, "and let my little child here dwell with thee; and if thou darest not save him from blame, so kiss him once in his father's name." Therewith she looked backward to the land, And said, "Farewell, husband ruthless," And up she rose, and walked down the strand Toward the ship, her following all the press. And ever she prayed her child to hold his peace, And took her leave, and with an holy intent She blessed her, and to the ship she went. Victualled was the ship, it is no dread, Abundantly for her a full long space, And other necessities that should need, For she had enough, harried be Godde's grace. For wind and weather Almighty God purchase And bring her home, I can no better say, But in the sea she drived forth her way. Alla the king came home soon after this Unto his castle, of the which I told, And asked where his wife and his child is. The constable gan about his heart feel cold, And plainly all the matter he him told, As ye have heard, I can tell it no better, And shewed the king his seal, and eke his letter, And said, "Lord, as ye commanded me, On pain of death, so have I done certain. Must y be know, and tell it flat and plain, From night to night in what place he hath lain, And thus by wit and subtle inquiring Imagined was by whom this harm gan spring. The hand was known that had the letter wrote, And all the venom of that cursed deed, But in what wise certainly I know not. Th'effect is this, that Alla out of dread His mother slew, that may men plainly read, For that she traitor was to legiance. Thus ended old Donegild with mischance. The sorrow that this Alla night and day Made for his wife and for his child also, There is no tongue that it telle may. But now will I again to Constance go, That floated in the sea in pain and woe 5 year and more, as like Christe's sonde, Ere that her ship approacheth to the land. Under an heathen castle at the last, Of which the name in my text I not find, Almighty God, that saved all mankind, Have on Constance and her child some mind, That fallen is in heathen hand eftsoon, In point to spill, as I shall tell you soon. Down from the castle comes there many a wight To garren* on this ship and on Constance, But shortly from the castle on a night The lorde's steward, God give him mischance, A thief that had rained our creance, Came to the ship alone, And said he would her leman be, Whether she would or nould. Woe that this wretched woman then be gone! Her child cried, and she cried piteously, But blissful Mary helped her right anon, For with her struggling well and mightily The thief fell overboard all suddenly, And in the sea he drenched for vengeance, And thus hath Christ unwemmed* kept Constance. O foul lust of luxury, lo thine end! Not only that thou fatest manne's mind, But verily thou wilt his body shend. Th' end of thy work, or of thy lustes blind, Is complaining. How many may men find That not for work sometimes, but for th' intent To do this sin, be either slain or shent? How may this weak woman have the strength Her to defend against this renegate? O Goliath unmeasurable of length, How mighty David made thee so mate so young, And of armour so desolate! How durst he look upon thy dreadful face? Well may men see it was but Godde's grace. Who gave Judith courage or hardiness To slay him, Holofernes, in his tent, And to deliver out of wretchedness The people of God? I say for this intent, That right as God's spirit of vigour sent To them, and saved them of mischance, So sent he might and vigour to Constance. Forth went her ship throughout the narrow mouth Of Jubalter and Septe, driving alway, Sometime west, and sometime north and south, And sometime east, full many a weary day, Till Christe's mother, blessed be she aye, Had shaped through her endless goodness To make an end of all her heaviness. Now let us stint* of Constance but a throw, *cease And speak we of the Roman emperor, That out of Syria had by letters know The slaughter of Christian folk, and dishonour Done to his daughter by a false traitor, I mean the cursed wicked Soudaness, That at the feast let slay both more and less. For which this emperor had sent anon His senator with royal ordinance, And other lordes, God wot many a one, On Syrians to take high vengeance. They burn and slay, and bring them to mischance Full many a day. But shortly this is the end. Homeward to Rome they shaped them to wend. This senator repaired with victory To Romeward, sailing full royally, And met the ship driving, as saith the story, In which Constance sat full piteously, And nothing knew he what she was, Nor why she was in such array, Nor she will say of her estate, Although that she should dey. He brought her unto Rome, and to his wife He gave her, and her younge son also, And with the senator she led her life. Thus can Our Lady bring out of woe Woful Constance, and many another mo', And longer time she dwelled in that place, In holy works ever, as was her grace. The senatore's wife her aunt was, For all that she knew her never the more. I will no longer tarry in this case, But to King Alla, whom I spake of yore, That for his wife he wept and sighed sore, I will return, and leave I will Constance Under the senatore's governance. King Alla, which that had his mother slain, Upon a day fell in such repentance, That if I shortly tell it shall and plain, To Rome he came to receive his penitence, And put him in the Pope's ordinance, In high and low, and Jesus Christ besought Forgive his wicked works that he had wrought. The fame anon throughout the town is born, How Alla king shall come on pilgrimage By harbingers that went him beforn, For which the senator was the usage, rode him again, and many of his lineage, as well to show his high magnificence, as to do any king a reverence. Great cheer did this noble senator to King Alla, and to him also. Each of them did the other proud, and so befell that in a day or two this senator did to King Alla go to feast, and shortly, if I shall not lie, Constance's son went in his company. Some men would say, at request of Constance, this senator had led this child to feast. I may not tellen every circumstance, be as be may, there was he at the least. But sooth is this, that at his mother's hest, before Alla, during their meate's space, the child stood, looking at the kinge's face. This Alla king had of this child great wonder, and to the senator he said anon, "Whom is that fair child that standeth yonder?" "I nought," quoth he, "by God and by Saint John. A mother he hath, but father hath he none, That I of wot." And shortly in a stound he told to Alla how the child was found. "But God wot," quoth this senator also, "So virtuous a liver in all my life I never saw as she, nor heard of mo' Of worldly woman, maiden, widow, or wife. I dare well say she had a lever a knife through her breast, Than be a woman's wick. There is no man could bring her to that prick." Now was this child as like to Constance As possible is a creature to be. This Alla had the face in remembrance Of Dame Constance, and thereon mused he, If the child's mother were aught she, that was his wife. And privily he sight, and sped him from the table that he might. "Parfait," thought he, "phantom is in mine head. I ought to dream of skilful judgment That in the salt sea my wife is dead." And afterwards he made this argument: "Why wot I if that Christ have hither sent My wife by sea, as well as he her sent To my country from thence that she went?" And afternoon home with the senator Went Alla for to see this wondrous chance. This senator did Alla great honour, And hastily he sent after Constance, But truste well her liste not to dance, When that she wist therefore was that sond Unneth* upon her feet she might stand. When Alla saw his wife fair, he her gret and wept, That it was ruth for to see. For at the firste looked he on her set, He knew well verily that it was she. And she for sorrow as dumb stood as a tree, So was her heart shut in her distress, When she remember'd his unkindness. Twice she swooned in his owen sight. He wept, and him excused piteously. "Now God," quoth he, "and all his hallows bright, So wisely on my soul have mercy, That of your harm as guiltless am I As is Maurice my son, so like your face. Else may the fiend me fetch out of this place." Long was the sobbing and the bitter pain, Ere that their woeful hearts might cease. Great was the pity for hear them plain, Though which plaints gan their woe increase. I pray you all my labour to release, I may not tell all their woe till tomorrow, I am so weary for to speak of sorrow. But finally, when that the sooth is wist, That Allah guiltless was of all her woe, I trow 100 times have they kissed, And such a bliss is there betwixt them two, That, save the joy that lasteth evermo', There is none like that any creature Hath seen, or shall see, while the world may dure. Then prayed she her husband meekely, In that relief of her long piteous pine, That he would pray her father specially, That of his majesty she would incline To vouchsafe some day with him to dine. She prayed him to eke, that he should by no way Unto her father no word of her say. Some men would say now that the child Maurice Did this message unto the emperour, But, as I guess, Allah was not so nice To him that is so sov'reign of honour, As he that is of Christian folk the flow'r Send any child, but better 'tis to deem He went himself, and so it may well seem. This emperor hath granted gentilly To come to dinner, as he him besought, And well rede I he looked busily Upon this child, and on his daughter thought. Allah went to his inn, and as him ought Arrayed for his feast in every wise, And far forth as his cunning may suffice. The morrow came, and Allah gan him dress, And eke his wife the emperor to meet. And forth they rode in joy and in gladness, And when she saw her father in the street, She lighted down, and fell before his feet. "Father," quoth she, "your younge child Constance Is now full clean out of your remembrance." "I am your daughter, your Constance," quoth she, "That whilom ye have sent into Syrie. It am I, father, that in the salt sea Was put alone, and damned for to die. Now, good father, I your mercy cry, Send me no more into none heatheness, But thank my lord here of his kindness." Who can the piteous joy tellen all Betwixt them three, since they be thus y met? But of my tale make an end I shall, The day goes fast, I will no longer let. These glade folk to dinner be y set, In joy and bliss at meat I let them dwell, 1,000-fold well more than I can tell. This child Maurice was since then emperor, Made by the Pope, and lived Christianly. To Christe's church did he great honour. But I let all his story passe by. Of Constance is my tale especially. In the old Roman gestes men may find Maurice's life. I bear not it in mind. This King Alla, when he his time say With his Constance, his holy wife so sweet, To England are they come in the right way, Where did they live in joy and in quiet. But little while it lasted, I you hate. Joy of this world for time will not abide, From day to night it changeth as the tide. Who lived ever in such delight one day, That him not moved either conscience, or ire, or talent, or some kind affray, Envy, or pride, or passion, or offence, I say, but for this end this sentence, That little while in joy or in pleasance Lasted the bliss of Allah with Constance. For death that takes of high and low his rent, When passed was a year, even as I guess, Out of this world this King Allah he hent, For whom Constance had full great heaviness. And let us pray that God his soule bless. And Dame Constance finally to say, Toward the town of Rome went her way. To Rome is come this holy creature, And findeth there her friends whole and sound. Now she is scaped all her ventures, And when that with her father hath y found, Down on her knees hath fallen she to ground, Weeping for tenderness in hearte blithe. She heareth God an 100,000 sighs. In virtue and in holy alms deed They liven all, and ne'er asunder wend, Till death departed them, this life they lead. And fare now well, my tale is at an end. Now Jesus Christ, that of his might may send Joy after woe, govern us in his grace, And keep us all that be in this place. So ends the Man of Law's tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Luoma. greenkri.com. Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales. The Wife of Bath's Tale. The Prologue. Experience, though none authority, were in this world, is right enough for me to speak of woe that is in marriage. For lordings, since I 12 year was of age, thanked be God that is eternal live, husbands at the church door have I had 5. For I so often have y wedded be, and all were worthy men in their degree. But me was told, not longe time gone is, that sithen Christe went never but once to wedding, in the kine of Galilee, that by that ilk example taught he me, that I not wedded shoulde be but once. Lo, hearken eke a sharp word for the nonce. Besidewel Jesus, God and man, spake in reproof of the Samaritan. Thou hast y had 5 husbands, said he, and thilke man that now hath wedded thee is not thine husband. Thus said he certain. What that he meant thereby I cannot sign. But that I ask, why the 5th man was not husband to the Samaritan? How many might she have in marriage? Yet heard I never tellen in mine age Upon this number definition. Men may divine and glossen up and down, But well I wot, express without a lie, God bade us for to wax and to multiply. That gentle text can I well understand. Eke well I wot, he said, that mine husband should leave father and mother, and take to me. But of no number mention made he of bigamy or of octogamy. Why then should men speak of it villainy? Lo here, the wise King Dan Solomon, I trow that he had wives more than one, as would to God it lawful were to me to be refreshed half so oft as he. What gift of God had he for all his wives? No man hath such that in this world alive is. God wot this noble king, as to my wit, the first night had many a merry fit, with each of them so well was him on live. Blessed be God that I have wedded 5. Welcome the 6th whenever he shall. For since I will not keep me chaste in all, when mine husband is from the world y gone, some Christian man shall wed me anon. For then the apostle saith that I am free to wed a God's half where it liketh me. He saith that to be wedded is no sin. Better is to be wedded than to brin. What recketh me, though folk say villany, Of shrewd Lamech and his bigamy? I wot well Abraham was a holy man, And Jacob eke, as far as ever I can; And each of them had wives more than two, And many other holy men also. Where can ye see, in any man or age, That high God defended marriage? By word express? I pray you tell it me, Or where commanded he virginity? I wot as well as you, it is no dread. The apostle, when he spake of maidenhead, He said, that precept thereof he had none. Men may counsel a woman to be one, But counselling is no commandment. He put it in our owen judgment. For had a God commanded maidenhead, Then had he damned wedding out of dread. And certes, if there were no seedy so, Virginity then whereof should it grow? Paul durste not commanden, at the least, A thing of which his master gave no hest. The dart is set up for virginity. Catch whoso may, who runneth best, let's see. But this word is not ta'en of every wight, But there as God will give it of his might. I wot well that the apostle was a maid, But natheless, although he wrote and said, He would that every wight were such as he, All is but counsel to virginity. And since to be a wife he gave me leave Of indulgence, so is it no reprieve To wedde me, if that my make should die Without exception of bigamy. All were it good no woman for to touch, He meant as in his bed or in his couch. For peril is both fire and tow t'assemble. Ye know what this example may resemble. This is all and some: he held virginity More profit than wedding in frailty. Frailty clepe I, but if that he and she Would lead their lives all in chastity. I grant it well, I have none envy Who maidenhead prefer to bigamy. It liketh them to be clean in body and ghost. Of mine estate I will not make a boast. For well ye know, a lord in his household Hath not every vessel all of gold. Some are of tree, and do their lord service. Good calleth folk to him in sundry wise, And each one hath of God a proper gift, Some this, some that, as liketh him to shift. Virginity is great perfection, And continence eke with devotion. But Christ, that of perfection is the well, Bade not every wight he should go sell All that he had, and give it to the poor, And in such wise follow him and his lore. He spake to them that would live perfectly, And lordings, by your leave, that am not I. I will bestow the flower of mine age In th' acts and in the fruits of marriage. Tell me also to what conclusion Were members made of generation, And of so perfect wise a wight y wrought. Trust me right well, they were not made for naught. Glose whoso will, and say both up and down, That they were made for the purgation Of urine and of other things small, And eke to know a female from a male. And for none other cause? Say ye no, experience wot well it is not so. So that the clerkes be not with me wroth, I say this, that they were made for both, That is to say, for office and for ease. Of engendrer there we God not displease. Why should men elles in their bookes set, That man shall yield unto his wife her debt? Now wherewith should he make his payment, If he used not his silly instrument? Then were they made upon a creature To purge urine, and eke for engendrer. But I say not that every wight is hold, That hath such harness as I to you told, To go and use them in engendrer. Then should men take of chastity no cure. Christ was a maid, and shapen as a man, And many a saint, since that this world began, Yet ever lived in perfect chastity. I will not vie with no virginity. Let them with breed of pured wheat be fed, And let us wives eat our barley bread. And yet with barley bread, Mark tell us can, Our Lord Jesus refreshed many a man. In such a state as God hath clept us, I'll persevere. I'm not precious. In wifehood I will use mine instrument As freely as my Maker hath it sent. If I be dangerous, God give me sorrow. Mine husband shall it have, both eve and morrow, When that him list come forth and pay his debt. A husband I will have, I will no let, which shall be both my debtor and my thrall, and have his tribulation withal upon his flesh, while that I am his wife. I have the power during all my life upon his proper body, and not he. Right thus the apostle told it unto me, and bade our husbands for to love us well. All this sentence me liketh every deal. Upstart the pardoner, and that anon. Now, dame, quoth he, by God and by Saint John, ye are a noble preacher in this case. I was about to wed a wife, alas! What, should I buy it on my flesh so dear? Yet had I lever wed no wife this year. Abide, quoth she, my tale is not begun. Nay, thou shalt drinken of another tun ere that I go, shall savour worse than ale. And when that I have told thee forth my tale of tribulation in marriage, of which I am expert in all mine age, that is to say, myself hath been the whip, then mayest thou choose whether thou wilt sip of thilke tune that I now shall broach. Beware of it, ere thou too nigh approach, for I shall tell examples more than 10. Whoso will not beware by other men, by him shall other men corrected be. These same words writeth Ptolemy. Read in his Almagest, and take it there. Dame, I would pray you, if your will it were, said this pardoner, as ye began, tell forth your tale, and spare for no man, and teach us younge men of your practique. Gladly, quoth she, since that it may you like, but that I pray to all this company, if that I speak after my fantasy, to take not a grief what I may say, for mine intent is only for to play. Now, sirs, then will I tell you forth my tale, as ever I may drink wine or ale, I shall say sooth. The husbands that I had 3 of them were good, and 2 were bad. The 3 were good men, and rich, and old. Unnethes might they the statute hold, in which that they were bounden unto me. Yet wot well what I mean of this, pardie. As God me help, I laugh when that I think how piteously at night I made them swink. But by my fay I told of it no store. They had me given their land and their treasure. Me needed not do longer diligence to win their love, or do them reverence. They loved me so well, by God above, that I tolde no dainty of their love. A wise woman will be busy in her everin one to get their love, where that she hath none. But since I had them wholly in my hand, and that they had given me all their land, why should I take keep them for to please, but it were for my profit or mine ease? I set them so a work, by my fay, that many a night they sang well away. The bacon was not fetched for them, I trow, that some men have in Essex at Dum now. I governed them so well after my law, that each of them full blissful was and faw to bringe me gay things from the fair. They were full glad when that I spake them fair, for God it wot, I chide them spidiously. Now hearken how I bear me properly. Ye wise wives that can understand, thus should ye speak, and bear them wrong on hand, for half so boldly can there no man swearen and lien as a woman can. I say not this by wives that be wise, but if it be when they them misadvise. A wise wife, if that she can her good, shall bear them on hand the cow is wood, and take witness of her own maid, of their assent. But hearken how I said, Sir olde Kainard, is this thine array? Why is my neighbour's wife so gay? She is honoured over all where she goeth. I sit at home, I have no thrifty cloth. What dost thou at my neighbour's house? Is she so fair? Art thou so amorous? What rown'st thou with our maid, Benedict? Sir old lecher, let thy japes be. And if I have a gossip or a friend, without guilt, thou chidest as a fiend, if that I walk or play unto his house. Thou comest home as drunken as a mouse, and preachest on thy bench with evil prefe. Thou say'st to me, it is a great mischief to wed a poor woman for costage, and if that she be rich of high parage. Then say'st thou, that it is a tormentry to suffer her pride and melancholy. And if that she be fair, thou very knave, thou say'st that every holler will her have. She may no while in chastity abide, that is assailed upon every side. Thou sayest some folk desire us for riches, some for our shape, and some for our fairness, and some for she can either sing or dance, and some for gentleness or dalliance, some for her handes and her armes small. Thus goes all to the devil by thy tale. Thou sayest, men may not keep a castle wall that may be so assailed over all. And if that she be foul, thou sayest that she coveteth every man that she may see. For as a spaniel she will on him leap, till she may find some man her to cheap, and none so grey goose goes there in the lake. So sayest thou, that will be without a make. And sayest, it is a hard thing for to weld a thing that no man will, his thankes held. Thou sayest thou, Laurel, when thou goest to bed, that no wise man needeth for to wed, nor no man that intendeth unto heaven. With wilde thunder dint and fiery leven mote thy wicked neck to be broke. Thou sayest that dropping houses, and eke smoke, and chiding waves, make men to flee out of their own house. Ah, Benedicte, what aileth such an old man for to chide? Thou sayest, we wives will our vices hide till we be fast, and then we will them shew. Well, may that be a proverb of a shrew. Thou sayest that oxen, asses, horses, hounds, they be assayed at differs stounds, basins and lavers, ere that men them buy, spoones, stooles, and all such husbandry, and so be pots, and clothes, and array. But folk of wives make none assay, till they be wedded, old dotard shrew. And then, sayest thou, we will our vices shew. Thou sayest also that it displeaseth me, but if that thou wilt praise my beauty, and but thou pour always upon my face, and call me a fair dame in every place, and but thou make a feast on thilke day that I was born, and make me fresh and gay, and but thou do to my Norris honour, and to my chamberer within my bower, and to my father's folk, and mine allies. Thus sayest thou, old barrel full of lies. And yet also of our prentice Jenkin, for his crisp hair shining as gold so fine, and for he squareth me both up and down, yet hast thou caught a false suspicion. I will him not, though thou wert dead to-morrow. But tell me this, why hidest thou, with sorrow, the keys of thy chest away from me? It is my good as well as thine, pardie. What think'st to make an idiot of our dame? Now, by that lord that called his Saint Jame, thou shalt not both, although that thou wert wood, be master of my body and my good. The one thou shalt forego, maugre thine eyen. What helpeth it of me t'inquire and spyen? I trow thou wouldest lock me in thy chest. Thou shouldest say, fair wife, go where thee lest. Take your disport, I will believe no tales. I know you for a true wife, Dame Alice. We love no man, what taketh keep or charge where that we go, we will be at our large. Of alle men most blessed may he be, the wise astrologer Dan Ptolemy, that saith this proverb in his Almagest. Of all men his wisdom is highest, that recketh not who hath the world in hand. By this proverb thou shalt well understand, have thou enough, what thar thee reck or care, how merrily that other folks fare. For certes, old dotard, by your leave, ye shall have pleasure right enough at eve. He is too great a niggard that will werne a man to light a candle at his lantern. He shall have never the less light, pardie. Have thou enough thee thar not plain thee, thou sayest also, if that we make us gay with clothing and with precious array, that it is peril of our chastity. And yet with sorrow thou enforcest thee, and sayest these words in the apostle's name. In habit made with chastity and shame, ye women shall apparel you, quoth he, and not in tressed hair and gay perree, as pearls, nor with gold, nor clothes rich. After thy text, nor after thy rubric, I will not work as muchel as a gnat. Thou sayest also, I walk out like a cat, for whoso will singe the cattes skin, then will the catte well dwell in her inn. And if the catte's skin be sleek and gay, she will not dwell in house half a day, but forth she will, ere any day be dawed, to shew her skin and go a caterwawed. This is to say, if I be gay, Sir Shrew, I will run out my borel for to shew. Sir olde fool, what helpeth thee to spyen? Though thou pray Argus with his 100 eyen to my wardecorps, as he can best, in faith he shall not keep me, but me lest. Yet could I make his beard, so may I the. Thou sayest eke that there be thinges three, which thinges greatly trouble all this earth, and that no wight may endure the firth. O lefe, Sir Shrew, may Jesus short thy life. Yet preachest thou, and sayest thou, a hateful wife y reckoned is for one of these mischances. But there none other manner resemblances that ye may liken your parables unto, but if a silly wife be one of tho. Thou likenest a woman's love to hell, to barren land where water may not dwell. Thou likenest it also to wild fire: the more it burns, the more it hath desire to consume everything that burnt will be. Thou sayest, right as wormes shend a tree, right so a wife destroyeth her husband. This know they well that be to wives bond. Lordings, right thus, as ye have understand, bear I stiffly mine old husbands on hand, that thus they saiden in their drunkenness. And all was false, but that I took witness on Jenkin, and upon my niece also. O Lord, the pain I did them, and the woe, full guiltiless by Godde's sweete pine. For as a horse I coulde bite and whine, I coulde plain, and I was in the guilt, or else ofttime I had been spilt. Whoso first cometh to the nil first grint. I plained first, so was our wary stint. They were full glad to excuse them full blive of things that they never agilt their live. Of wenches would I bear them on hand, when that for sickness scarcely might they stand, yet tickled I his heart, for that he weened that I had of him so great churt. I swore that all my walking out by night was for to espy wenches that he dight. Under that colour I had many a mirth, for all such wit is given us at birth. Deceit, weeping, and spinning, God doth give to women kindly, while that they may live. And thus of one thing I may vaunt me: at th' end I had the better in each degree, by sleight or force, or by some manner thing, as by continual murmur or grudging, namely a bed, there hadde they mischance. There would I chide, and do them no pleasance. I would no longer in the bed abide. If that I felt his arm over my side, till he had made his ransom unto me, then would I suffer him do his nicety. And therefore every man this tale I tell, win whoso may, for all is for to sell. With empty hand men may no hawkes lure, for winning would I all his will endure, and make me a feigned appetite. And yet in bacon had I never delight. That made me that I ever would them chide. For though the Pope had sitten them beside, I would not spare them at their owen board, for by my troth I quit them word for word, as help me very God omnipotent. Though I right now should make my testament, I owe them not a word, that is not quit. I brought it so about by my wit, that they must give it up as for the best, or else we had never been in rest. For though he looked as a wood lion, yet should he fail of his conclusion. Then would I say, now goode lefe tak keep, how meekly looketh Wilken our sheep. Come near, my spouse, and let me ba thy cheek. Ye shoulde be all patient and meek, and have a sweet y spiced conscience, since ye so preached of Job's patience. Suffer alway, since ye so well can preach, and but ye do, certain we shall you teach that it is fair to have a wife in peace. One of us two must bow, doubtless, and since a man is more reasonable than woman is, ye must be sufferable. What aileth you to grudge thus and groan? Is it for ye would have my love alone? Why, take it all. Lo, have it every deal, Peter. Shrew you, but ye love it well, for if I would sell my bellichos, I could walk as fresh as is a rose. But I will keep it for your owen tooth. Ye be to blame, by God, I say you sooth. Such manner wordes had we on hand. Now will I speaken of my fourth husband. My fourth husband was a reveller, that is to say, he had a paramour, and I was young and full of raggery, stubborn and strong, and jolly as a pie. Then could I dance to a harpe small, and sing y wis, as any nightingale, when I had drunk a draught of sweete wine. Metellus, the foul churl, the swine, that with a staff bereft his wife of life, for she drank wine, though I had been his wife, never should he have daunted me from drink. And after wine of Venus most I think. For all so sure as cold engenders hail, a liquorish mouth must have a liquorish tail. In woman vinolent is no defence, this no lectures by experience. But Lord Christ, when that it remembereth me upon my youth and on my jollity, it tickleth me about mine heart root. Unto this day it doth mine hearte boot, that I have had my world as in my time. But age, alas, that all will envenime, hath me bereft my beauty and my pith. Let go, farewell, the devil go therewith. The flower is gone, there is no more to tell. The bran, as I best may, now must I sell. But yet to be right merry will I fand, now forth to tell you of my fourth husband. I say, I in my heart and great despite, that he of any other had delight. But he was quit by God and by Saint Chaucer. I made for him of the same wood a cross, not of my body in no foul manner, but certainly I made folk such cheer, that in his owen grease I made him fry for anger and for very jealousy. By God in earth I was his purgatory, for which I hope his soul may be in glory. For, God it wot, he sat full oft and sung, when that his shoe full bitterly him wrung. There was no wight, save God and he, that wist in many wise how sore I did him twist. He died when I came from Jerusalem, and lies in grave under the roodebeam, although his tomb is not so curious as was the sepulchre of Darius, which that Apelles wrought so subtilly. It is but waste to bury them preciously. Let him fare well, God give his soul rest. He is now in his grave and in his chest. Now of my fifth husband will I tell. God let his soul never come into hell, and yet was he to me the most shrew. That feel I on my ribbes all by rue, and ever shall until mine ending day. But in our bed he was so fresh and gay, and therewithal so well could he me glosse, when that he would have my belle chose, though he had beaten me on every bone, yet could he win again my love anon. I trow I loved him better, for that he was of his love so dangerous to me. We women have, if that I shall not lie, in this manner a quaint fantasy. Whatever thing we may not lightly have, thereafter will we cry all day and crave. Forbid us thing, and that desire we. Press on us fast, and thenne we will flee. With danger utter we all our chaffair. Great press at market maketh dear ware, and too great cheap is held at little price. This knoweth every woman that is wise. My fifth husband, God his soul bless, which that I took for love and no richess, he sometime was a clerk of Oxenford, and had left school, and went at home to board with my gossip, dwelling in our town. God have her soul, her name was Alison. She knew my heart and all my privity, but then our parish priest, so may I the, to her betrayed I my counsel all, for had my husband pissed on a wall, or done a thing that should have cost his life, to her, and to another worthy wife, and to my niece, which that I loved well, I would have told his counsel and every deal. And so I did full often, God it wot, that made his face full often red and hot for every shame, and blamed himself. For he had told me so great a privity. And so befell that once in a Lent, so oftentimes I to my gossip went, for ever yet I loved to be gay, and for to walk in March, April, and May, from house to house, to hear sundry tales, that Jenkin clerk and my gossip Dame Alice, and I myself, into the fieldes went. Mine husband was at London all that Lent. I had the better leisure for to play, and for to see, and eke for to be say, of lusty folk. What wist I where my grace was shapen for to be, or in what place? Therefore made I my visitations to vigilies, and to processions, to preachings eke, and to these pilgrimages, to plays of miracles and marriages, and weird upon me gay scarlet gites. These worms, nor these moths, nor these mites on my apparel fret them never a deal. And know'st thou why? for they were used well. Now will I telle forth what happened me. I say that in the fieldes walked we, till truly we had such dalliance, this clerk and I, that of my purveyance I spake to him, and told him how that he, if I were widow, shoulde wedded me. For certainly I say for no bobbins, yet was I never without purveyance of marriage, nor of other things eke. I hold a mouse's wit not worth a leek, that hath but one hole for to starte to, and if that fail, then is all y do. I bare him on hand, he had enchanted me. My dame taughte me that subtlety, and eke I said, I met of him all night, he would have slain me, as I lay upright, and all my bed was full of very blood. But yet I hoped that he should do me good, for blood betokened gold, as me was taught. And all was false, I dreamed of him right not, but as I was followed I my dame's lore, as well of that as of other things more. But now, sir, let me see, what shall I sign? Aha! By God, I have my tale again. When that my fourth husband was on bier, I wept algate and made a sorry cheer, as wives must, for it is the usage, and with my kerchief covered my visage. But, for I was provided with a make, I wept but little, that I undertake. To churche was mine husband born a morrow, with neighbours that for him made sorrow, and Jenkin, our clerk, was one of tho. As help me God, when that I saw him go after the bier, methought he had a pair of legges and of feet so clean and fair, that all my heart I gave unto his hold. He was, I trow, a 20 winter old, and I was 40, if I shall say sooth. Gat-toothed I was, and that became me well. I had the print of Saint Venus' seal. As help me God, I was a lusty one, and fair, and rich, and young, and well begone. For certes, I am all Venerian in feeling, and my heart is Martian. Venus me gave my lust and licorishness, and Mars gave me my sturdy hardiness. Mine ascendant was Taure, and Mars therein. Alas, alas, that ever love was sin! I followed mine inclination, by virtue of my constellation. That made me that I coulde not withdraw my chamber of Venus from a good fella. Yet have I Marte's mark upon my face, and also in another privy place. For God so wisely be my salvation, I loved never by discretion, but ever followed mine own appetite. All were he short, or long, or black, or white, I took no keep, so that he liked me. How poor he was, neither of what degree. What should I say, but that at the month's end this jolly clerk Jenkin, that was so hend, had wedded me with great solemnity, and to him gave I all the land and fee that ever was me given therebefore. But afterward repented me full sore. He woulde suffer nothing of my list. By God, he smote me once with his fist, for that I rent out of his book a leaf, that of the stroke of mine ear waxed all deaf. Stubborn I was, as is a lioness, and of my tongue a very jangleress. And walk I would, as I had done beforn, from house to house, although he had it sworn, for which he oftentimes wilde preach, and me of olde Roman justice teach, how that Sulpicius Gallus left his wife, and forsook for term of all his for naught, but open-headed he her say, looking out at his door upon a day. Another Roman told he me by name, that for his wife was at a summer game, without his knowing, he forsook her eke. And then would he upon his Bible seek that ilke proverb of Ecclesiast, where he commandeth and forbiddeth fast, man shall not suffer his wife go roll about. Then would he say right thus without a doubt, whoso that buildeth his house all of sallows, and pricketh his blind horse over the fallows, and suffereth his wife to go seek hallows, is worthy to be hanged on the gallows. But all for naught. I sette not a haw of his proverbs, nor of his olde saw, nor would I not of him corrected be. I hate them that my vices telle me, and so do more of us, God wot, than I. This made him wood with me all utterly. I would not forbear him in no case. Now will I say you sooth by Saint Thomas, why that I rent out of his book a leaf, for which he smote me, so that I was deaf. He had a book that gladly night and day for his disport he would it read alway. He called it Valerie and Theoprast, and with that book he laughed alway full fast. And eke there was a clerk sometime at Rome, a cardinal that highte Saint Jerome, that made a book against Jovinian, which book was there, and eke Tertullian, Chrysippus, Trotula, and Heloise, that was an abbess not far from Paris, and eke the parables of Solomon, Ovide's art, and Boordus many one. And all these were bound in one volume, and every night and day was his costume, when he had leisure and vacation from other worldly occupation, to readen in this book of wicked wives. He knew of them more legends and more lives than be of goode wives in the Bible. For, trust me well, it is an impossible that any clerk will speak a good of wives, but if it be of holy saintes' lives. Nor of none other woman never the mo who painted the lion, tell it me who. By God, if women hadde written stories, as clerkes have within their oratories, they would have writ of men more wickedness than all the mark of Adam, many redress the children of Mercury and Venus, be in their working full contrarious. Mercury loveth wisdom and science, and Venus loveth riot and dispence, and for their diverse disposition each falls in other's exaltation, as thus, God wot, Mercury is desolate in Pisces, where Venus is exalted, and Venus falls where Mercury is raised. Therefore no woman by no clerk is praised. The clerk, when he is old, and may not do of Venus' works not worth his olde shoe, then sits he down and writes in his dotage that women cannot keep their marriage. But now to purpose, why I told thee that I was beaten for a book, pardie. Upon a night Jenkin, that was our sire, read on his book as he sat by the fire, of Eva first, that for her wickedness was all mankind brought into wretchedness, for which that Jesus Christ himself was slain, that bought us with his hearte blood again. Lo here express of women may ye find, that woman was the loss of all mankind. Then he read me how Samson lost his hairs sleeping, his leman cut them with her shears, through which a treason lost he both his eyen. Then he read me, if that I shall not lien, of Hercules, and of his dejanire, that caused him to set himself on fire. Nothing forgot he of the care and woe that Socrates had with his wives two. How Xantippe cast piss upon his head. This silly man sat still, as he were dead, his whipped head, and no more durst he sign, but, ere the thunder stint, there cometh rain. Of Phasiphae, that was queen of Crete, for shrewdness he thought the tale sweet. Fie, speak no more, it is a grisly thing, of her horrible lust and her liking. Of Clytemnestra, for her lechery, that falsely made her husband for to die, he read it with full good devotion. He told me eke for what occasion Amphiorax at Thebes lost his life. My husband had a legend of his wife Eriphyle, that for enout of gold had privily unto the Greekes told, where that her husband hid him in a place, for which he had at Thebes sorry grace. Of Luna he told me, and of Lucy, they both made their husbands for to die, that one for love, that other was for hate. Luna her husband on an evening late empoisoned had, for that she was his foe. Lucia liquorish loved her husband so, that for he should always upon her think, she gave him such a manner love drink, that he was dead before it were the morrow. And thus algates husbands had a sorrow. Then he told me how one Ladomeus complained to his fellow Arius, that in his garden growed such a tree, on which he said how that his wives three hanged themselves for heart dispiteous. "O leve brother," quoth this Arius, "give me a plant of thilke blessed tree, and in my garden planted shall it be." Of later date of wives hath he read, that some have slain their husbands in their bed, and let their lecher dight them all the night, while that the corpse lay on the floor upright. And some have driven nails into their brain, while that they slept, and thus they have them slain. Some have them given poison in their drink. He spake more harm than hearte may bethink. And therewithal he knew of more proverbs than in this world there groweth grass or herbs. "Better," quoth he, thine habitation be with a lion or a foul dragon, than with a woman using for to chide. Better," quoth he, "high in the roof abide, than with an angry woman in the house, they be so wicked and contrarious. They hate that their husbands loven, aye," he said. "A woman cast her shame away when she cast off her smock. And farthermore, a fair woman, but she be chaste also, is like a gold ring in a sow's nose. Who coulde ween, or who coulde suppose that woe in mine heart was, and the pine? And when I saw that he would never fine to readen on this cursed book all night, all suddenly 3 leaves have I plight out of this book, right as he read, and eke I with my fist so took him on the cheek, that in our fire he backward fell adown. And he upstart as doth a wood lion, and with his fist he smote me on the head, that on the floor I lay as I were dead. And when he saw how still that there I lay, he was aghast, and would have fled away, till at the last out of my swoon I braid, 'O hast thou slain me, thou false thief?' I said, 'and for my land hast thou murdered me? Ere I be dead, yet will I kiss thee.' And near he came and kneeled fair adown, and said, 'Dear sister Alisoun, as help me God, I shall thee never smite. For that I have done it is thyself too wight. Forgive it me, and that I thee beseek.' And yet eftsoons I hit him on the cheek, and said, 'Thief, thus much I am awreak. Now will I die, I may no longer speak.' But at the last, with much care and woe, we fell accorded by ourselves two. He gave me all the bridle in my hand, to have the governance of house and land, and of his tongue, and of his hand also. I made him burn his book anon right though. And when that I had gotten unto me, by mastery, all the sovereignty, and that he said, 'Mine owen true wife, do as thee list the term of all thy life. Keep thine honour, and eke keep mine estate.' After that day we never had debate. God help me so, I was to him as kind as any wife from Denmark unto Ind, and also true, and so was he to me. I pray to God that sits in majesty, so bless his soul for his mercy dear. Now will I say my tale, if ye will hear." The friar laughed when he had heard all this. "Now, dame," quoth he, "so have I joy and bliss. This is a long preamble of a tale." And when the Sompnour heard the friar gale, "Lo," quoth this Sompnour, "God his armes too, a friar will intermete him evermo'. Lo, goode man, a fly and eke a frere will fall in every dish and eke matter. What speak'st thou of perambulation? What? Amble or trot, or peace, or go sit down? Thou lettest our disport in this matter." "Yea, wilt thou so, Sir Sompnour?" quoth the frere. "Now by my faith I shall, ere that I go, tell of a Sompnour such a tale or two, that all the folk shall laughen in this place." "Now do, else, friar, I beshrew thy face," quoth this Sompnour, "and I beshrew me, but if I telle tales 2 or 3 of friars ere I come to Sittingbourne, that I shall make thine heart for to mourn, for well I wot thy patience is gone." Our host cried, "Peace, and that anon," and said, "Let the woman tell her tale. Ye fare as folk that drunken be of ale. Do, dame, tell forth your tale, and that is best." "All ready, sir," quoth she, "right as you lest. If I have license of this worthy frere?" "Yes, dame," quoth he, "tell forth, and I will hear." The tale. In olde days of the King Arthur, of which that Britons speak of great honour, all was this land full filled of faery. The elf queen with her jolly company danced full oft in many a green mead. This was the old opinion, as I read. I speak of many hundred years ago, but now can no man see none elves mo'. For now the great charity and prayers of limitours, and other holy freres, that search every land and every stream, as thick as motes in the sunnebeam, blessing halls, chambers, kitchens and bowers, cities and burges, castles high and towers, thorpes and barns, schepens and dairies. This makes that there be now no fairies. For there as wont to walke was an elf, there walketh now the limitour himself. in undermells and in morrowings, and saith his matins and his holy things, as he goes in his limitation. Women may now go safely up and down, in every bush and under every tree. There is none other incubus but he, and he will do them no dishonour. And so befell it, that this King Arthur had in his house a lusty bachelor, that on a day came riding from river, and happened that, alone as she was born, he saw a maiden walking him beforn, of which maiden anon maugre her head, by very force he reft her maidenhead. For which oppression was such clamour and such pursuit unto the King Arthur, that damned was this knight for to be dead by course of law, and should have lost his head. Peradventure such was the statute though, but that the queen and other ladies mo', so long they prayed the king of his grace, till he his life him granted in the place, and gave him to the queen, all at her will, to choose whether she would save him or spill. The queen thanked the king with all her might. And after this thus spake she to the knight, when that she saw her time upon a day: "Thou standest yet," quoth she, "in such array, that of thy life yet hast thou no surety. I grant thee life, if thou canst tell to me what thing is it that women most desiren. Beware and keep thy neckbone from the iron. And if thou canst not tell it me anon, yet will I give thee leave for to gon a 12 month and a day, to seek and lear an answer suffisant in this mattere. And surety will I have ere that thou pace thy body for to yielden in this place." Woe was the knight, and sorrowfully siked, but what? He might not do all as him liked. And at the last he chose him for to wend, and come again right at the year's end, with such answer as God would him purvey, and took his leave and wended forth his way. He sought in every house and every place, whereas he hoped for to find a grace, to learne what thing women love the most. But he could not arrive in any coast, whereas he might find in this mattere two creatures according and fair. Some said that women loved best richess, some said honour, and some said jolliness, some rich array, and some said lust a bed, and oft time to be widow and to be wed. Some said that we are in our heart most eased when that we are y flattered and y praised. He went full nigh the sooth, I will not lie. A man shall win us best with flattery, and with attendance and with business be we y lamed, both more and less. And some men said that we do love the best for to be free, and do right as us lest, and that no man reprove us of our vice, but say that we are wise and nothing nice. For truly there is none among us all, if any wight will claw us on the gall, that will not kick for that he saith us sooth. Assay, and he shall find it that so doth. For be we never so vicious within, we will be held both wise and clean of sin. And some men said that great delight have we for to be held stable and eke sacre, and in one purpose steadfastly to dwell, and not bewray a thing that men us tell. But that tale is not worth a rake steel. Pardie, we women canna nothing heal. Witness on Midas, will ye hear the tale? Ovid, amongst other things small, saith Midas had, under his longe hairs, growing upon his head 2 asses' ears, the which vice he hid, as best he might, full subtilly from every man's sight. That, save his wife, there knew of it no mo'. He loved her most, and trusted her also. He prayed her that no creature she would tellen of his disfigure. She swore him, nay, for all the world to win, she would not do that villainy or sin, to make her husband have so foul a name. She would not tell it for her owen shame, but natheless her thought that she died, that she so long should a counsel hide. Her thought it swelled so sore about her heart, that needes must some word from her start, and, since she durst not tell it unto man, down to a marish fast thereby she ran, till she came there, her heart was all afire, and, as a bittern bumbles in the mire, she laid her mouth unto the water down. "Bewray me not, thou water, with thy soun'," quoth she; "to thee I tell it, and no mo'. Mine husband hath long asses' ears too. Now is mine heart all whole, now is it out. I might no longer keep it out of doubt. Here may ye see, though we a time abide, Yet out it must, we can no counsel hide. The remnant of the tale, if ye will hear, Read in Ovid, and there ye may it lear. This knight, of whom I tell especially, when that he saw he might not come thereby, that is to say, what women love the most, within his breast full sorrowful was his ghost. But home he went, for he might not sojourn. The day was come that homeward he must turn. And in his way it happened him to ride, in all his care, under a forest side, whereas he saw upon a dance go of ladies 24, and yet mo'. Toward this ilke dance he drew full yearn, the hope that he some wisdom there should learn. But certainly, ere he came fully there, y-vanished was this dance, he knew not where. No creature saw he that bare life, save on the green he sitting saw a wife. A fouler wight there may no man devise. Against this knight this old wife gan to rise, and said, "Sir knight, hereforth lieth no way. Tell me what ye are seeking by your fay. Peradventure it may the better be. These olde folk know muche thing," quoth she. "My leve mother," quoth this knight, "certain I am but dead, but if that I can sign what thing it is that women most desire. Could ye me wis, I would well quite your hire." "Plight me thy troth here in mine hand," quoth she. "The nexte thing that I require of thee, Thou shalt it do, if it be in thy might, And I will tell it thee ere it be night." "Have here my troth," quoth the knight, "I grant." "Then," quoth she, "I dare me well avaunt. Thy life is safe, for I will stand thereby. Upon my life the queen will say as I. Let's see, which is the proudest of them all, That wears either a kerchief or a caul, That dare say nay to that I shall you teach. Let us go forth without a longer speech." Then rowed she a pistol in his ear, And bade him to be glad, and have no fear. When they were come unto the court, this knight said, he had held his day as he had hight, and ready was his answer as he said: "Full many a noble wife, and many a maid, And many a widow, for that they be wise, The queen herself, sitting as a justice, Assembled be, his answer for to hear. And afterward this knight was bid appear. To every wight commanded was silence, And that the knight should tell in audience What thing that worldly women love the best. This knight he stood not still as doth a beast, But to this question anon answered, With manly voice that all the court it heard: "My liege lady, generally," quoth he, "Women desire to have the sovereignty, As well over their husband as their love, And for to be in the mastery him above. This is your most desire, though ye me kill, Do as you list, I am here at your will." In all the court there was no wife, nor maid, nor widow, That contraried what he said, but said He worthy was to have his life. And with that word upstart that olde wife, Which that the knight saw sitting on the green. "Mercy," quoth she, "my sovereign lady queen, Ere that your court depart, do me right. I taught this answer unto this knight, For which he plighted me his troth there, The firste thing I would of him requere. He would it do if it lay in his might. Before this court then I pray thee, Sir Knight," quoth she, "that thou me take unto thy wife, For well thou knowest that I have kept thy life. If I say false, say nay, upon thy fay." This knight answered: "Alas, and well away, I know right well that such was my behest. For God's love choose a new request, Take all my good, and let my body go." "Nay then," quoth she, "I shrew us both two, For though that I be old and foul and poor, I nolde for all the metal nor the ore That under earth is grave, or lies above, But if thy wife I were, and eke thy love. "My love," quoth he, "nay, my damnation! Alas, that any of my nation Should ever so foul disparaged be! But all for naught. The end is this, that he constrained was, that needs he must wed, And take this olde wife, and go to bed. Now wilde some men say paraventure, That for my negligence I do no cure, To tell you all the joy and all the ray That at the feast was made that ilke day. To which thing shortly answeren I shall. I say, there was no joy nor feast at all, There was but heaviness and muche sorrow. For privily he wed her on the morrow, And all day after hid him as an owl. So woe was him, his wife looked so foul. Great was the woe the knight had in his thought, When he was with his wife to bed y brought. He wallowed, and he turned to and fro. This olde wife lay smiling evermo', And said, "Dear husband Benedict, fares every knight Thus with his wife as ye? Is this the law of King Arthur's house? Is every knight of his thus dangerous? I am your owen love, and eke your wife. I am she which that saved hath your life, And certes yet did I you ne'er unright. Why fare ye thus with me this first night? Ye fare like a man had lost his wit. What is my guilt? For God's love tell me it, And it shall be amended if I may." "Amended?" quoth this knight. "Alas, nay, nay, it will not be amended nevermo'. Thou art so loathly, and so old also, And thereto comest of so low a kind, That little wonder though I wallow and wind. So woulde God mine heart would brest." "Is this," quoth she, "the cause of your unrest?" "Yea, certainly," quoth he, "no wonder is." "Now, sir," quoth she, "I could amend all this, If that me list, ere it were dayes 3, So well ye mighte bear you unto me; But, for ye speaken of such gentleness As is descended out of old riches, That therefore shall ye be gentlemen. Such arrogancy is not worth a hen. Look who that is most virtuous alway, Prive and apert, and most intendeth aye To do the gentle deedes that he can, And take him for the greatest gentleman. Christ will we claim of him our gentleness, Not of our elders for their old riches. For though they gave us all their heritage, For which we claim to be of high parage, Yet may they not bequeath for no thing To none of us their virtuous living, That made them gentlemen called to be, And bade us follow them in such degree. Well can the wise poet of Florence, That highte Dante, speak of this sentence. Lo, in such manner rhyme is Dante's tale. Full seld upriseth by his branches small Prowess of man, for God of his goodness Wills what we claim of him our gentleness. For of our elders may we nothing claim But temporal things that man may hurt and maim. Eke every wight knows this as well as I. If gentleness were planted naturally Unto a certain lineage down the line, Prive and apert, then would they never find To do of gentleness the fair office, Then might they do no villainy or vice. Take fire, and bear it to the darkest house Betwixt this and the Mount of Caucasus, And let men shut the doors, and go then. Yet will the fire as fair and light brenn, As 20,000 men might it behold. Its office natural eye will it hold, On peril of my life till that it die. Here may ye see well how that gentry Is not annexed to possession, Since folk do not their operation alway As doth the fire, low in its kind. For, God it wot, men may full often find A lorde's son do shame and villainy. And he that will have price of his gentry, For he was born of a gentle house, And had his elders noble and virtuous, And will himselfe do no gentle deeds, Nor follow his gentle ancestry, That dead is. He is not gentle, be he duke or earl, For villains sinful deedes make a churl. For gentleness is but the renommee Of thine ancestors for their high bounty, Which is a strange thing to thy person. Thy gentleness cometh from God alone. Then comes our very gentleness of grace. It was no thing bequeathed us with our place. Think how noble, as saith Valerius, was thilke Tullius Hostilius, that out of Provert rose to high read in Senec, and read eke in Boetia. There shall ye see express that it no dread is, that he is gentle that doth gentle deeds. And therefore, leve husband, I conclude, albeit that mine ancestors were rude, yet may the high God, and so hope I, grant me his grace to live virtuously. Then am I gentle, when that I begin to live virtuously, and waive sin. And whereas ye of povert me reprieve, the high God, on whom that we believe, in wilful provert chose to lead his life. And certes every man, maiden, or wife may understand that Jesus, heaven's King, ne would not choose a virtuous living. Glad povert is an honest thing, certain. This will Senec and other clerkes sayn. Whoso that holds him paid of his provert, I hold him rich though he hath not a shirt. He that coveteth is a poor wight, for he would have what is not in his might. But he that not hath, nor coveteth to have, is rich, although ye hold him but a knave. Very povert is sin properly. Juvenal saith of povert merrily. The poor man, when he goes by the way, before the thieves he may sing and play. Povert is hateful good, and, as I guess, a full great bringer out of business. A great amender eke of sapience, to him that taketh it to him that taketh it in patience. Povert is this, although it seem a lange, possession that no wight will challenge. Povert, full often, when a man is low, makes him his God, and eke himself to know. Povert a spectacle is, as thinketh me, through which he may his very friendes see. And therefore, sir, since that I you not grieve, of my povert no more me reprieve. Now, sir, of elde ye reprieve me, and certes, sir, though none authority, wherein no book, ye gentles of honour, say that men should an old wight honour, and call him father for your gentleness. And author shall I finden, as I guess. Now there ye say that I am foul and old, then dread ye not to be a cuckold. For filth and eld also may either be great wardens upon chastity. But natheless, since I know your delight, I shall fulfil your worldly appetite. Choose now, quoth she, one of these thinges twae, to have me foul and old till that I dey, and be to you a true humble wife, and never you displease in all my life. Or else will ye have me young and fair, and take your aventure of the repair that shall be to your house because of me, or in some other place, it may well be. Now choose yourself whether that you liketh. This knight adviseth him, and sore he saketh. But at the last he said in this manner: My lady and my love, and wife so dear, I put me in your wise governance. Choose for yourself which may be most pleasance, and most honour to you and me also. I do no force the whether of the two, for as you liketh it sufficeth me. Then have I got the mastery, quoth she, since I may choose and govern as me lest. Yea, certes, wife, quoth he, I hold it best. Kiss me, quoth she, we are no longer wroth, for by my troth I will be to you both. This is to say, yea, both fair and good. I pray to God that I may sterve wood, but I to you be all so good and true as ever was wife since the world was new. And but I be tomorrow as fair to seen as any lady, empress, or queen, that is betwixt the east and eke the west, do with my life and death right as you lest. Cast up the curtain, and look how it is. And when the knight saw verily all this, that she so fair was, and so young thereto, for joy he hent her in his armes too. His heart bathed in a bath of bliss, 1,000 times on row he gan her kissed. And she obeyed him in every thing that mighte do him pleasance or liking, and thus they live unto their lives' end in perfect joy. And Jesus Christ us send husbands meek and young, and fresh in bed, and grace to overlive them that we wed. And eke I pray Jesus to short their lives, that we'll not be governed by their wives. And old and angry niggards of dispense, God send them soon of very pestilence. End of The Wife of Bath, of Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of The Canterbury Tales. The Friar's Tale. The Prologue. This worthy limitour, this noble frere, he made always a manner lowering chair upon the Sompnour, but for honesty no villain word as yet to him spake he. But at the last he said unto the wife, "Dame," quoth he, "God give you right good life. Ye have here touched, also may y thee, in school matter a great difficulty. Ye have said much a thing right well, I say. But, dame, here as we ride by the way, us needeth not but for to speak of game, and leave authorities in Godde's name, to preaching and to school eke of clergy. But if it like unto this company, I will you of a Sompnour telle game. Pardie, ye may well knowe by the name, that of a Sompnour may no good be said. I pray that none of you be evil paid. A Sompnour is a runner up and down with mandaments for fornication, and is y beat at every towne's end. Then spake our host, "Ah, sir, ye should be hend and courteous, as a man of your estate. In company we will have no debate. Tell us your tale, and let the Sompnour be." "Nay," quoth the Sompnour, "let him say by me whatso him list. When it comes to my lot, by God I shall him quieten every groat. I shall him telle what a great honour it is to be a flattering limitour. And his office I shall him tell y wis." Our host answered, "Peace, no more of this." And afterward he said unto the frere, "Tell forth your tale, mine owen master dear." The Tale. Whilom there was dwelling in my country an archdeacon, a man of high degree, that boldly did execution in punishing of fornication, of witchcraft and eke of bawdery, of defamation and adultery, of churchereves and of testaments, of contracts and of lack of sacraments, and eke of many another manner crime, which needeth not rehearsen at this time, of usury and simony also, but certes lechours did he greatest woe. They shoulde singen, if that they were hent, and smalle tithers were if foully shent. If any person would on them complain, there mighte start them no pecunial pain. For smalle tithes and small offering he made the people piteously to sing. For ere the bishop caught them with his crook, they weren in the archdeacon's book. Then had he through his jurisdiction power to do on them correction. He had a Sompnour ready to his hand. A slyer boy was none in England. For subtly he had his espial, that taught him well where it might aught avail. He coulde spare of lechours one or two, to teache him to 24 more. For, though this Sompnour would be as a hare, to tell his harlotry I will not spare. For we be out of their correction, they have of us no jurisdiction, nay, never shall have, term of all their lives. Peter, so be the women of the stives, quoth this Sompnour, y put out of our cure. Peace with mischance and with misaventure, our hoste said, and let him tell his tale. Now telle forth, and let the Sompnour gale, nor spare not, mine owen master dear. This false thief, the Sompnour, quoth the Frere, had always bawdes ready to his hand, as any hawk to lure in England, that told him all the secrets that they knew, for their acquaintance was not come of new. They were his approvers privily. He took himself at great profit thereby. His master knew not always what he won, without amendament, a lewed man. He could summon on pain of Christe's curse, and they were inly glad to fill his purse, and make him great feastes at the nale, and right as Judas had a purse smale, and was a thief, right such a thief was he, his master had but half his duety. He was, if I shall give him his laud, a thief, and eke a Sompnour, and a bawd. And he had wenches at his retinue, that whether that Sir Robert or Sir Hugh, or Jack, or Ralph, or whoso that it were, that lay by them, they told it in his ear. Thus were the wench and he of one assent, and he would fetch a feigned mandement, and to the chapter summon them both two, and pill the man, and let the wenche go. Then would he say, "Friend, I shall for thy sake do strike thee out of our letters blake. Thee thar no more as in this case travail. I am thy friend, where I may thee avail." Certain he knew of bribers many mo' than possible is to tell in yeares two. For in this world is no dog for the bow that can a hurt deer from a hole know. Bet then this Sompnour knew a sly lechour, or an adulterer, or a paramour, and for that was the fruit of all his rent, therefore on it he set all his intent. And so befell, that once upon a day, this Sompnour, waiting ever on his prey, rode forth to summon a widow, an old ribibe, feigning a cause, for he would have a bribe. And happened that he saw before him ride a gay yeoman under a forest side. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. He had upon a courtepy of green, a hat upon his head with fringes black. "Sir," quoth this Sompnour, "hail and well o'ertack." "Welcome," quoth he, "and every good fellaw. Whither ridest thou under this green shaw?" Saide this yeoman, "Wilt thou far to-day?" This Sompnour answered him and saide nay. "Here faste by," quoth he, "is mine intent, to ride for to raisen up a rent, that longeth to my lorde's duety." "Ah, art thou then a bailiff?" "Yea," quoth he. He durste not for very filth and shame say that he was a Sompnour for the name. "Depardieu," quoth this yeoman, "leve brother, thou art a bailiff, and I am another. I am unknowen, as in this country, of thine acquaintance I will praye thee, and eke of brotherhood, if that thee list. I have gold and silver lying in my chest. If that thee hap to come unto our shire, all shall be thine, right as thou wilt desire." "Grand mercy," quoth this Sompnour, "by my faith." Each in the other's hand his trothe layeth, for to be sworn brethren till they die. In dalliance they ride forth and play. This Sompnour, which that was as full of jangles, as full of venom be those wariangles, and ever inquiring upon everything. "Brother," quoth he, "where is now your dwelling, another day, if that I should you seech?" This yeoman him answered in soft speech. "Brother," quoth he, "far in the north country, where, as I hope sometime I shall thee see, ere we depart, I shall thee so well wiss, that of mine house shalt thou never miss." "Now, brother," quoth this Sompnour, "I you pray, teach me, while that we ride by the way, since that ye be a bailiff as I am, some subtlety, and tell me faithfully, for mine office how that I most may win, and spare not for conscience or for sin, but as my brother tell me how do ye?" "Now by my troth, brother mine," said he, as I shall tell to thee a faithful tale. My wages be full strait, and eke full smale. My lord is hard to me and dangerous, and mine office is full laborious. And therefore by extortion I live. Forsooth, I take all that men will me give. I'll gate by sleighte or by violence. From year to year I win all my dispense. I can no better tell thee faithfully. Now certes, quoth this Sompnour, so fare I. I spare not to take, God it wot, but if it be too heavy or too hot. What I may get in counsel privily, no manner conscience of that have I. Ne'er mine extortion I might not live, for of such japes will I not be shrive. Stomach nor conscience know I none. I shrew these shrifte fathers every one. Well be we met, by God and by Saint Jame. But, leve brother, tell me then thy name. Quoth this Sompnour, right in this meane while this yeoman gan a little for to smile. Brother, quoth he, wilt thou that I thee tell? I am a fiend, my dwelling is in hell, and here I ride about my purchasing, to know where men will give me anything. My purchase is the effect of all my rent. Look how thou ridest for the same intent, to win a good, thou reckest never how. Right so fare I, for ride will I now into the worlde's ende for a prey. Ah, quoth this Sompnour, benedicite, what say ye? I weened ye were a yeoman truly. Ye have a manne's shape as well as I. Have ye then a figure determinate in hell, where ye be in your estate? Nay, certainly, quoth he, there have we none. But when us liketh, we can take us one, or elles make you seem that we be shape, sometime like a man, or like an ape, or like an angel can ye ride or go. It is no wondrous thing, though it be so. A lousy juggler can deceive thee, and pardie, yet can he more craft than he. Why, quoth the Sompnour, ride ye then or gone in sundry shapes, and not always in one? For we, quoth he, will us in such form mak, as most is able our prey for to take. What maketh you to have all this labour? Full many a cause, leve Sir Sompnour, saide this fiend. But all thing hath a time. The day is short, and it is passed prime, and yet have ye won nothing in this day. Ye will intend to winning if ye may, and not intend our thinges to declare. For, brother mine, thy wit is all too bare to understand, although I told them thee. But for thou askest, why laboure we? For sometimes we be Godde's instruments, and meanes to do his commandements. When that him list upon his creatures, in divers acts and in divers figures. Withoute him we have no might certain, if that him list to stande there again, and sometimes at our prayer have we leave. Only the body, not the soul, to grieve. Witness on Job, whom that we did full woe, and sometimes have we might on both the two. This is to say, on soul and body eke, and sometimes be we suffered for to seek upon a man and do his soul unrest, and not his body, and all is for the best. When he withstandeth our temptation, it is a cause of his salvation. Albeit that it was not our intent he should be safe, but that we should him hent. And sometimes be we servants unto man, as to the Archbishop Saint Dunstan, and to the apostle servant eke was I. Yet tell me, quoth this Sompnour, faithfully, mak ye newe bodies thus alway of the elements? The fiend answered, nay. Sometimes we feign, and sometimes we arise with dead bodies in full sundry wise, and speak as reasonably and fair and well as to the Pythoness did Samuel. And yet will some men say it was not he. I do no force of your divinity, but one thing warn I thee, I will not jape. Thou wilt algates weet how we be shape. Thou shalt hereafterward, my brother dear, come where thee needeth not of me to lear. For thou shalt by thine own experience conne in a chair to read of this sentence, better than Virgil while he was alive, or Dante also. Now let us ride blithe, for I will hold a company with thee, till it be so that thou forsake me." "Nay," quoth this Sompnour, "that shall ne'er betide. I am a yeoman, that is known full wide. My trothe will I hold, as in this case, for though thou wert the devil Satanas, my trothe will I hold to thee, my brother, as I have sworn, and each of us to other, for to be true brethren in this case, and both we go about in our purchase. Take thou thy part, what that men will thee give, and I shall mine, thus may we both live. And if that any of us have more than other, let him be true, and part it with his brother." "Ye grante," quoth the devil, "by my fay." And with that word they rode forth their way, and right at the entering of the towne's end, to which the Sompnour shope him for to wend, they saw a cart that charged was with hay, which that a carter drove forth on his way. Deep was the way for which the carte stood. The carter smote and cried as he were wood, "Heit Scot, heit Brok, what spare ye for the stones? The fiend," quoth he, "you fetch body and bones. As far forthly as ever ye were foaled, so much a woe as ye have with you tholed. The devil have all, horses and cart and hay." The Sompnour said, "Here shall we have a prey." And near the fiend he drew, as nought ne were, full privily, and rounded in his ear, "Hearken, my brother, hearken by thy faith. Hear'st thou not how that the carter saith? Hent it anon, for he hath given it thee, both hay and cart, and eke his couples three." "Nay," quoth the devil, "God wot, never a deal. It is not his intent. Trust thou me well. Ask him thyself, if thou not trowest me, or elles stint a while, and thou shalt see." The carter thwacked his horses on the croup, and they began to drawen and to stoop. "Heit now," quoth he, "there, Jesus Christ you bless, and all his handiwork, both more and less. That was well twight, mine owen liart boy. I pray God save thy body, and Saint Loy. Now is my cart out of the slough, pardie." "Lo, brother," quoth the fiend, "what told I thee? Here may ye see, mine owen deare brother, the churl spake one thing, but he thought another. Let us go forth about in our voyage. Here win I nothing upon this carriage." When that they came somewhat out of the town, the Sompnour to his brother gan to rown. "Brother," quoth he, "here wons an old rebeck, that had almost as lief to lose her neck as for to give a penny of her good. I will have 12 pence, though that she be wood, or I will summon her to our office, and yet, God wot, of her know I no vice. But for thou canst not, as in this country, winne thy cost, take here example of me." This Sompnour clapped at the widow's gate. "Come out," he said, "thou olde very trate. I trow thou hast some friar or priest with thee." "Who clappeth?" said this wife. "Benedicite. God save you, sir, what is your sweete will?" "I have," quoth he, "of summons here a bill. Up pain of cursing, looke that thou be to-morrow before our archdeacon's knee, to answer to the court of certain things." "Now, Lord," quoth she, "Christ Jesus, King of kings, so wisely helpe me, as I not may. I have been sick, and that full many a day. I may not go so far," quoth she, "nor ride, but I be dead, so pricketh it my side. May I not ask a libel, Sir Sompnour, and answer there by my procurator, to such thing as men would oppose me?" "Yes," quoth this Sompnour. "Pay anon, let's see, 12 pence to me, and I will thee acquit. I shall no profit have thereby, but lit. My master hath the profit, and not I. Come off, and let me ride hastily. Give me 12 pence, I may no longer tarry." "12 pence!" quoth she. "Now, Lady Sainte Mary, so wisely help me out of care and sin, this wide world, though that I should it win. No have I not 12 pence within my hold. I know full well that I am poor and old." Kith your almes upon me, poor wretch." "Nay, then," quoth he, "the foule fiend me fetch, if he excuse thee, though thou shouldst be spilt." "Alas!" quoth she, "God wot I have no guilt." "Pay me," quoth he, "or by the sweet Saint Anne, as I will bear away thy newe pan for debt which thou owest me of old, when that thou madest thine husband cuckold. I paid at home for thy correction." "Thou liest," quoth she, "by my salvation. Never was I ere now, widow or wife, summoned unto your court in all my life, nor never I was, but of my body true, unto the devil rough and black of hue give I thy body, and my pan also." And when the devil heard her curse so upon her knees, he said in this mannere: "Now, Mabily, mine owen mother dear, is this your will in earnest that ye say?" "The devil," quoth she, "so fetch him ere he day, and pan and all. But he will him repent?" "Nay, olde stoat, that is not mine intent," quoth this Sompnour, "for to repente me for anything that I have had of thee. I would I had thy smock and every cloth." "Now, brother," quoth the devil, "be not wroth. Thy body and this pan be mine by right. Thou shalt with me to helle yet to night, where thou shalt knowen of our privity more than a master of divinity." And with that word the foule fiend him hent, body and soul he with the devil went. Whereas the Sompnours have their heritage, and God that maked after his image mankinde save and guide us all and some, and let this Sompnour a good man become. "Lordings, I could have told you," quoth this frere, "had I had leisure for this Sompnour here, after the text of Christ and Paul and John, and of our other doctors many a one, such paines that your heartes might agrees, albeit so that no tongue may devise, though that I might 1,000 winters tell the pains of thilke cursed house of hell. But for to keep us from that cursed place, wake we and pray we Jesus of his grace. So keep us from the tempter Satanas. Hearken this word, beware as in this case. The lion sits in his await alway, to slay the innocent, if that he may. Disposen aye your heartes to withstand the fiend that would you make thrall and bond. He may not tempt you over your might, for Christ will be your champion and your knight. And pray that this our Sompnour him repent of his misdeeds, ere that the fiend him hent. End of The Friar's Tale, read by Kara Schallenberg on February 24th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.